The Babylonians live on an earth disk that floats on the world sea. In its center rises the world mountain, under it yawn the abysses of the underworld. Plato recognizes that the earth is a sphere at the center of the universe. The sun, the moon, the planets, and all the stars circle around it. Nicholas Copernicus finds that the sun is the center of the universe and all the planets revolve around it. A fixed star sky surrounds and limits this cosmos. Georges Lemaitre, Edwin Hubble, and others say that matter, space, and time were created 13.8 billion years ago. The universe came into being with a big bang and has been expanding faster and faster since then. In January 2022, NASA's James Webb Telescope turned its gaze to the dark age in which the universe was born. Once again, the truth about the origin, nature, and future of our world is to be discovered.
Welcome, everyone. A very warm welcome to the second day of Ars Electronica and a full day of keynotes and panel discussions about the current state of technology and artificial intelligence. My name is Frederike Kaltheuner. I will be the host for the stage for the day. I spent the last decade working on tech policy, emerging technology, and human rights. Until recently, I was the director for technology at Human Rights Watch. And worked in many different other roles. The theme of our day is called The Next Renaissance, and the conference is co-hosted by EUMETA, the European School of the Metaverse, Caltech Association, and the EIT Culture and Creativity. This year's STARTS conference explores the conflicting ethics, values, and priorities that arise from accelerating technological and societal change. A key question is this: how can we envision a future, an innovative infrastructure for Europe and the world? What does a rights-based, just, and truly equitable technological future look like? And what does it take to get there? What I personally find very challenging and also infinitely interesting is that we're always talking about two things at the same time. On the one hand, technology is rapidly changing. But at the same time, so is the way in which we're talking about technology. And sometimes these two align, and sometimes they're completely out of tune. What are we actually talking about when we talk about accelerating technological change, especially when it comes to AI? In 2021, I edited a book, a collection of essays about AI, pseudoscience, snake oil, and hype. And I think the book is a really great example about just how quickly the discourse about technology is changing. So let's take you back in time. In many ways, 2020, 2021 has been a time of great AI disillusionment, which is hard to remember now. The Economist dedicated its entire summer edition to the issue and concluded that an understanding of AI's limitation is starting to sink in. So that was 2021. So in other words, in 2021, we were just coming out of the end of a recent hype cycle in which AI was touted as the solution to virtually every challenge imaginable. And the purpose of the book was to take stock and ask, what have we learned, where are we now? So there are three main insights of the book that I want to share, because I think they're still relevant today. So the first one is the ease and the frequency with which AI's real and imagined gains are conflated result in real harm. And to shape the future of technology, we need to do a much better job at distinguishing what is hype and what is reality. The second insight is this: harm is incredibly unevenly distributed. For those who are subjected to automated systems, it can mean the difference between getting a job, not getting a job, between being allowed to cross a border and being denied exits. And sometimes their lives depend on it. I think worse, the ways in which these systems are built means that often the burden of proof falls on those who are affected to prove that a system is wrong. Here was the third insight from the book, and that was, we are definitely not heading towards artificial general intelligence, We are not locked in an AI arms race that can only be won by countries with the least regulation. Instead, real advances of AI pose both old and new challenges that can only be tamed if we see AI, and I think technology more generally, for what it is. A powerful technology that at present is produced only by a handful of companies with workforces that are not representative of those who are disproportionately affected by its risks. So that was in 2021, and I think a lot has changed since then. So what is different and what has remained the same? We will explore this question throughout the day, but I want to give you a few provocations. Feel free to disagree and argue with me in the Q&As and the panels. So I think the main insights of the book still hold. While AI continues to make progress, we continue to conflate what is real progress and what is hype. And this continues to harm people. So once we've seen AI used at the border, we now see ChatGPT used in job applications to make important decisions. But a few things have also changed. We are fully back in AI hype mode. AI is again sold as the solution to virtually every problem imaginable. This time around, however, the narrative is framed as much more inevitable than it was just a few years ago. AI is sold as an all-powerful, hugely disruptive, inevitable and yet dangerous technology. And what is so confusing is that the very companies and some of the people building the technology are the biggest proponents of this narrative. I'm very excited that we're going to interrogate this narrative in the panel on European digital sovereignty later. What is also new is that industry is now calling for regulation. Just a few years ago, the call was for ethics instead of regulation. So again, this is something I'm very much looking forward to discuss. AI continues to be an elusive term. It's used to mean all kinds of things in very confusing ways. But what I noticed recently is that for most people today, AI means AI chatbots. So that's been a change. What has remained less visible, and my sense is that the issue has been sidelined in policy debates, is discussions about corporate power. Who truly benefits when dominant companies build AI or offer AI as a service? And then a new change, and this is what I'm incredibly excited about our first keynote speaker of the day, is that there's much more conversation now than there has been in the past about the AI supply chain, about the people creating the data that is used to train AI, and the working conditions, and the people who are training and cleaning data sets, often under very grueling working conditions. So this is how the day will look like. We will start with a keynote by Karen Howe about AI colonialism, and how the AI industry is now using more insidious means to capture our behaviors, extract our data, and exploit our labor. We will then speak about geopolitics, power, and global tech regulation with a panel of technical and legal experts. We will then learn about some successful efforts in building AI data models, tools, and data sets with a strong commitment to transparency and data sovereignty. And we will also learn how human technology systems that amplify and enhance ancient wisdom of dialogue and listening can build trust and bridge divides. Hito Steyerl will then ask, is there even a new Renaissance, or should there be one? And in the afternoon, we'll slightly shift gears and look more explicitly at opportunities for the future of the arts, culture, and creative economies. I'm incredibly excited to guide you through this day, and I'm here if you have any questions. I'll be sitting there at the table. And now I'm very excited to introduce our first keynote speaker. Karen Howe is a writer that I've personally been following for many years, so I'm excited to see her in person for the first time. She's an award-winning journalist covering the impacts of artificial intelligence on society. As of this week, she's a contributing writer at The Atlantic, focused on AI, and was formerly a foreign correspondent covering China tech for the Wall Street Journal, and was a senior editor for AI at MIT Technology Review. Her work is regularly taught in university and cited by governments. She has received numerous awards for her coverage, including an ASME Next Award for journalists under 30. She received a Bachelor of Science from MIT. A warm welcome for Karen Howe.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today, and thank you to the organizers at Ars Electronica for having me as well. I'm really honored to be sharing the stage this week with so many thinkers and artists at the forefront of this new technology revolution that we're in. Today, I want to project into the future that we're building with AI by examining our past and our present. I'll be drawing upon my work as a journalist. I am an engineer by training, but as Frederike mentioned, I began covering the tech industry after a year of participating in it. So I've been reporting on AI for more than 5 years now, first for MIT Technology Review, then for the Wall Street Journal, and now for The Atlantic. And my work has spanned covering the breadth of the cutting-edge research that's coming out of the academic and corporate labs, as well as the societal impacts of this technology. So I've profiled people creating the technology, people fighting to change the technology. I've traveled around the world to profile people affected by the technology. So I've really had a front row seat to the development of AI in all corners of the world. And from that position, I'm deeply concerned about the direction that AI is headed in. And to be clear, I'm not anti-AI. I do really believe that this technology has a profound positive potential, but this is not the version of the future that we're going to see if we continue down the current path. What we're seeing today with generative AI is an escalation of a rapid concentration of power into the hands of the few, more than we've ever seen before. And this is happening at the expense of dispossessed communities around the world. And to understand the depth and the scale at which this is happening, I think we need historical metaphors. So I like to call this AI colonialism. And I use the term colonialism not because what we're seeing with the AI industry is just as violent as historical colonialism. It is much more insidious. But it helps us grasp the sheer scale and the vast power chasms at play today. So let's unpack this, starting with what do I mean when I say that there's a profound concentration of power happening? Well, when we look at the history of AI going back to 1956, which is the very first time that the term artificial intelligence was used, there have been two major phase shifts in the advancement of AI capabilities. So the first one was in 2012, and that was when we saw a transition to deep learning. And this is the class of AI systems that we see everywhere today that are designed to learn from our data. The second was with the release of ChatGPT and the transition to generative AI, and that's an even narrower class of deep learning systems that not only learn from our data, but use it to synthesize more data. So it's learning from images to understand the patterns, to then synthesize more images. What actually happened at each of these two inflection points? The difference has been the amount of data and compute that's fed into these systems. And compute here it's the industry term that refers to the amount of computational power, the horsepower that's being used to develop these AI models. So here's a chart of the data use over time across these three different eras of AI, and I've blocked off era 1, 2, and 3 with these gray bars. And you can see that there's been a very steady increase in the amount of data that's being used to train these systems. And this is actually the log scale. This is the linear scale of the same chart. So you can see that in the last 2 years, there's just been an enormous explosion in the amount of data that's being used to train AI systems that completely dwarfs what came before. And it's the same story with the compute graph. This is how much compute is being used across the three different eras. And again, this is the log scale. And you can already see from the log scale that there's two separate slopes in era 1 and era 2 of AI, where there's a sharp uptick in the rate of growth for the amount of compute that's being used. And if we just zoom into the second era of AI development, the deep learning era, this is the linear scale. And once again, you see that the last dots in this chart just completely dwarf everything else that's happening. So this is what I mean by there's a rapid concentration of power. This is a different way of looking at it through the lens of OpenAI's technologies. You can see from the transition from second era to third era, GPT-2 is the dot on the left, and that's the dots correlate with the size of these models. So GPT-2 came out in 2019, GPT-4, of course, came out recently. So generative AI is the most maximalist version of AI. It is the greediest version. It needs an enormous amount of resources for it to exist. And so that means there are only a few companies in the world that have those kinds of resources at their disposal. And the second thing that I said is, this is happening at the expense of dispossessed communities around the world. Why is that? How is that happening? Well, we're in a situation right now where generative AI is so greedy and so resource intensive that we're literally running out of the data on the internet and compute in our world to upkeep its development. So companies have an enormous profit incentive to find more ways to generate the resources that they're looking for to perpetuate the development of generative AI. And how do they actually create more of these resources? Well, what actually is data? Data is people. And to generate more data, companies need to find ways of continuing to extract that data from us. This is what Harvard professor Shoshana Zuboff has called surveillance capitalism, which of course existed before AI. But with generative AI, we're talking about an existential need for these companies to continue creating the business models to extract that data from us. That data also needs to be cleaned. It needs to be prepared. So there's a significant amount of labor that goes into that cleaning. So companies not only need to create the business model to extract data from us, they also need to find new sources of labor that are as cheap as possible to annotate and prepare this data for training AI systems. This is what Mary Gray and Siddharth Suri have called ghost work. And again, ghost work has been around before AI, but it has gotten significantly worse now with generative AI. What about compute? Compute is ultimately computer chips, large data centers. And in order to build these computer chips, we are literally drawing down the Earth's resources to create these chips, not to mention the very complex geopolitical dynamics that are now at play, fighting to maintain control of the resources to build these chips. We're also talking about an enormous amount of emissions. Data centers now account for between 2.5 and 3.7% of global emissions. And this is going to get worse. With generative AI, companies like Microsoft, which supports all of OpenAI's development, is putting down the groundwork and building out more data centers than they ever have in the history of their company in order to support generative AI technologies. So if we rewrite our formula, what's actually behind the production of AI? Surveillance capitalism, labor exploitation, resource extraction, climate change, and what is AI but actually wealth, control, and power? And the important question here is, who actually gets surveilled? Who gets exploited? Whose resources are extracted? And who bears the disproportionate brunt of something like climate change? And at the end of the day, who ends up getting the wealth, the control, and the power? Without fail, we're seeing global north companies disproportionately going to the global south for these kinds of resources, and the global south also bearing the brunt of the consequences like climate change. So this is why I call it AI colonialism. AI colonialism ultimately isn't just a metaphor for understanding the dynamics at play now, it's also a way to connect these dynamics to the past. It's the very same communities and countries that were exploited and dispossessed during historical colonialism that are now being exploited and dispossessed by AI colonialism. Once again, there's a wonderful existing scholarship that looks at this phenomenon, and I would highly recommend this paper called Decolonial AI, and also the book, The Costs of Connection, which were really hugely influential for me. So what does this look like on the ground? I'll just hone into one slice of this, the labor exploitation. And I want to share with you the story of this woman, Oscarina Fuentes Anaya, who I had the fortune of meeting in 2021. Oscarina is Venezuelan. She actually studied to be an engineer in university, but life had other plans for her. Venezuela has, in the last few years, experienced the worst peacetime economic crisis in decades. This is a chart of the hyperinflation of their currency, with a peak at around 65,000% between the years of 2016 and 2020. And I've seen some accounts that place this number much higher. Unemployment in the country hit 40%. Millions of Venezuelans were suddenly desperate to work for their survival. And by freak coincidence, this was exactly the same time when the self-driving car industry took off. So in 2016, old school auto giants like Volkswagen and BMW started feeling threatened by the Teslas and Ubers of the world So they started investing billions of dollars into self-driving cars themselves, and that supercharged the pursuit of commercially viable autonomous vehicles, which meant that they needed an enormous amount of training data to build their self-driving cars, and they needed an enormous base of labor, of the people, to label that data. So beginning in 2016, Venezuela became one of the #1 sources of data annotation for the AI industry. The population is well educated, it has good connection to Wi-Fi, and all of a sudden, at that same moment, they were willing to work for absolutely abysmal prices. So hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans started doing data annotation work. So Oscarina was still in university when she became one of these people. She was continuing her studies, completing her master's in engineering, but like everyone else around her, she was feeling squeezed by the economic anxiety and just decided to start data annotation work as a backup plan. And she was actually, if you could call it that, one of the lucky ones in Venezuela, in that she's a dual citizen in Colombia. And she is a dual citizen because her parents are Colombian, but they fled Colombia a generation earlier from a different crisis to Venezuela. And as the economic devastation got worse in Venezuela, the family then fled back from Venezuela to Colombia. And they ended up an hour south of Medellin in a department called Caldas. And this is actually why I was even able to meet her. This is Caldas, nestled in the mountains of Colombia. And this is where I went to visit her. And she became the first person to show me close up what her life was really like working for the data annotation industry. The thing is, Oscarina originally moved to Caldas because she wanted a different life for herself. She was planning to find a new job unrelated to data annotation. And for the first 6 months, she did exactly that. She got a job at a call center. She was doing really well. And then one day, she ended up in the hospital with debilitating pain and a sudden loss of vision. And the doctor diagnosed her with severe diabetes, which was exacerbated because of delayed healthcare. And her diagnosis meant that she had to take medication multiple times a day and could no longer leave her home for long periods of time. So that meant she could no longer do her job at the call center because she couldn't do the commute and stay at the office. So that's how she ended up returning back to data labeling. And she worked for a data labeling platform. So these are companies that act kind of like the Uber for data. Tech giants will post jobs on data labeling platforms with a certain price attached to it. And in theory, workers around the world have a choice of claiming the task if they're willing to do that work for that price. But when you have very little work and too many workers, which is universally what happens with all of these data labeling platforms, workers are willing to work for any price. And tech giants will pay smaller and smaller and smaller amounts of money as the time goes on. The workers are also pitted against each other to do the work. Only the workers who claim a task first when it appears will have a chance to complete it for payment. So this meant that Oscarina was literally day in and day out tethered to her laptop, waiting for tasks to arrive at any moment. She actually was too afraid to go for walks outside during the week. She eventually figured out that during the weekend, that was less likely for tasks to appear. But there was an experience she had when she was out for a walk on a weekday one day and a task arrived that was actually quite high paying. She missed the opportunity and then didn't have another task for many weeks. She also had this browser extension that she downloaded, which sounded an alarm every time a task appeared. So she would turn it on extra loud while she was sleeping in case a task arrived in the middle of the night, so that it would wake her up and she would still have the opportunity to claim the task. So by the time I visited her, she was waiting as long as 3 or 4 weeks for a single task to arrive. And she was earning less than $10 across that period of time, not even enough money to buy groceries. Of course, it wasn't like that in the beginning. In the beginning, she could make $300 a week. But the more people that fell into crisis, the more workers that came onto the platform, the less opportunities she saw. But she continued to believe in that promise of the $300 a week, which led her to continue working on this platform instead of looking for alternatives. Oscarina's situation is painfully common. I've spoken with dozens of workers around the world who it's like deja vu hearing their experiences over and over and over again. They're almost always in the global south. These countries have underdeveloped economies, weaker political institutions, so the labor is cheap and there are very few labor laws. And as a result, the workers are paid pennies for their work that is actually the lifeblood of the AI industry in the global north. And these companies make billions in profit from this work. And by the way, these workers don't actually see benefit from the technologies they're developing. Self-driving cars are not coming to Venezuela anytime soon. So you can see how this is a reflection of and an extension of colonialism. These countries are underdeveloped precisely because their resources were taken and their labor exploited for centuries to serve other empires instead of their own development. And many times, their political institutions were designed by the empire in service of the empire. So now we're seeing the same pattern entrench itself with the AI industry. So this was pre-generative AI. I met Oscarina before ChatGPT arrived. Generative AI has now made things a lot worse. We need more labor than ever to support these technologies, and that compounds the economic incentive for companies to pay workers less and less. So in May, I ended up going to Kenya this time to see how the work has changed in the generative AI era. Kenya is now taking over from Venezuela as the major hub for the data annotation industry, in part because of one key advantage. They speak English because of British colonization. But it's the same story. They're economically underdeveloped. They were in crisis when the work arrived because of the pandemic. There was massive unemployment. They have a highly educated population and good Wi-Fi and desperate workers. This is a photo, these are photos from some of the neighborhoods that I went to where the workers were doing this kind of work. I mean, it's just incredibly poor. You see they're using tin to build their homes. And it was the same story, workers tethered to their computers, waiting weeks or months for tasks, and all of this as a means to support their family. This is the thing that they do to try and put food on the table. The other thing that I learned, the nature of the labor is changing. We're no longer talking about self-driving cars, we're talking about chatbots and image generators, which not only need to be trained, they also need to be content moderated. So the work that they're doing is sometimes very akin to what Facebook content moderators did. So there was a story in Time magazine that broke this scoop in January by Billy Perigo about OpenAI hiring workers in Kenya to make ChatGPT less toxic for less than $2 per hour. And what these workers were doing, they were reading hundreds of text passages a day, describing horrifying scenarios and labeling them in detail. Is this sexual content? What kind of sexual content? Does it involve minors? So that it could be delivered to OpenAI, and OpenAI could use it to develop an automated filter system that made sure that ChatGPT would never spit this out to users. So I ended up going to meet these workers while I was in Kenya as well, and I want to play for you, in their own words, what this experience was like. This is Alex Cairo. He's 28 years old, and he was on the violent content team for OpenAI, which meant that he was reading and labeling scenarios like murders, stabbings, and self-harm. So when you would go home at night, like what would you think about after 8 hours of reading all of that stuff?
Oh, my mental state was very bad. I had nightmares. I feared people. Maybe I see too many people coming, I see violence. If I see someone holding a fork or a razor blade, I see people cutting himself or something like that. At night, I will dream, I will have nightmares. Even I'll tell my brother, okay, just come here, sit with me like for 5 hours before I go to sleep, because I need someone to talk to before I go to sleep, because if I go to sleep, I'll start screaming or something like that. So many things going a lot in my mind, yeah.
So I met Alex about a year and a half after he finished doing the work, and he said that his personality had completely changed. He still felt very anxious, isolated from his family, and he was unable to find other work after leaving this opportunity. I also learned from the workers that it's not just individuals that are affected, there are entire communities that are affected, because when one person is affected in that way, the people that depend on them also get affected. So this is Mofat. He's also 28 years old. He was on the sexual content team for OpenAI, and he spent time reading things about kids being raped by their parents. And after doing this day in and day out for 8 hours a day, he would go home and just completely withdraw inside himself. He didn't want to talk to his wife. He didn't want to talk to his stepdaughter. And after months and months, his wife had no idea what was going on because he didn't want to tell her. He didn't know how to explain that his job was somehow labeling sex content for 8 hours a day. So after a few months, while she was pregnant, she decided to leave him and took the stepdaughter with her. There are many more dimensions to this story. As I mentioned, this is only one slice of it, the labor exploitation. And across all of these other dimensions, this is a series I did for MIT Technology Review looking at other dimensions. We see the same patterns. It's the global north and the global south in this kind of vast power chasm. So how do we exit out of this colonial spiral? At least when it comes to labor, we're starting to see some beginnings of a way forward. We're actually right now seeing a remarkable moment in Kenya where the workers that are doing this kind of AI work are collectively organizing. This is a photo of some of them protesting in front of a Kenyan court, and they're demanding stronger labor rights from their legislators. What the workers taught me, and this is important, it's not that they don't want to do this work, it's that they want to be compensated fairly, they want protections from psychological trauma. They want these jobs to be careers, actual meaningful forms of employment. And not only that, they also want to have a seat at the table in building AI. They're being asked to do all this work, but they're not being given a voice to express how they feel about the technologies that they're taking a central role in developing. OpenAI frames its technology as beneficial for everyone, and it started recently this process that it's calling democratic inputs to AI, where it's casting a wide net, trying to get opinions from everyone on how to actually continue developing its technology. It could be asking and empowering the thousands of workers around the world that it already hires to give them that feedback. These workers have opinions and perspectives that we really need to be paying attention to. And this is not enough. It's not just Kenya or the global south that needs labor laws. The global north needs to impose its own regulation on these companies. And I think Europe has a really important role to play in this. I'm American. I can say with 200% confidence we are not going to see the US take a lead in regulation. But Europe can continue to lead in regulation, and particularly in AI labor regulation, in the same way that it's leading in data privacy regulation, by requiring the companies who sell their products to the European market to comply to certain types of labor standards. And we've already seen this in certain industries, like in the fashion industry. Fortunately, we already have some frameworks for the kinds of labor standards that should be used. These are the Fair Work Principles, which is developed by the Oxford Internet Institute. And they interviewed many, many workers, gig workers, digital workers, not just in the AI industry, all around the world, to talk to them about their conditions and essentially what kinds of environments and what kinds of power dynamics lead them to be exploited. And they laid out a framework for things that we should be bare minimum guaranteeing for these workers, such as they should know who they're working for. Oscarina, Mofat, Alex, none of them knew the companies that they were working for. Mofat and Alex didn't even learn that they worked for OpenAI until it was leaked to them. So they have no opportunity to contest to whatever power, whatever authority that is dictating the things that they're doing, to tell them that it's not things that they want to be doing or should be doing. So interestingly, these Fair Work Principles are actually quite similar also to what Oscarina told me when I asked her what she wanted. She told me, I hope that in 4 to 5 years, Appen can become a traditional employer. Appen was the platform she worked on. They know we exist, they know that we can get sick, and that we need security and healthcare. These are basic human rights that she's asking for. So we need to listen to people like Oscarina, the most vulnerable in society, if we actually have any hope of making truly beneficial AI systems for everyone. So I wanted to just end with one other thing that Oscarina told me. She, when I went to visit her, she asked her uncle to take a photo of us while the sun was setting, and she sent it to me a few weeks later and said, Please don't forget us. Thank you so much. Thank you.
A very warm welcome to our next panel discussion. We will be talking about European digital sovereignty, the status quo, and where to go next. And we're still waiting for our last speaker to join us remotely, so bear with us for a second. Wonderful. Let me start with a very brief introduction of our panelists. We have, in the middle on the couch, Günter Klambauer, who holds a tenure-track professorship for artificial intelligence in drug design at the LIT-AI Lab and the Institute for Machine Learning of the Johannes Kepler University, Linz. A really interesting fun fact I found, in an international competition, he and his group developed the best AI method for predicting the toxicity of chemicals. I thought that was very interesting. Joining us remotely is Nuria Oliver. With a PhD from MIT, Nuria Oliver is a director and co-founder of Ars Electronica, known as the Institute for Humanities-Centric AI. Prior to this position, she had been a researcher and director of research at Microsoft, Telefonica, and Vodafone. Amongst many other things, she's a fellow of the AMC, IEEE, EURAI, and Alice. And last but not least, we have Meinhard Lukas, who has held the office of rector at Johannes Kepler University, Linz, since October 2015. He previously served a 4-year term as Dean of the Faculty of Law, and amongst many other things, he's also actively involved in legislative procedures and international trade law. Welcome, everyone. I'm going to start by asking the very first question to Günter. You are a deep learning researcher known for self-normalizing neural networks. Can you briefly explain for the audience what that means? And I think also more generally, how do you introduce yourself at parties?
Yeah, very good question. Thanks for the introduction. Yes, I'm very happy to be here, and yes, I see this AI developments from the technical side, and this is what we call neural networks. Is basically the algorithmic foundation of what you see as AI. Most of you probably know ChatGPT. When you interact with it and you generate text, what is behind that is a huge neural network, and this is a computer program, you could say, that is able to learn. It works a bit like the neurons in our brain. That's why we call it neurons, but don't think of something like cables. It's just numbers on a computer computer programs we develop, and they can learn. And coming back to your question, what are self-normalizing networks? So that's one of my, as a researcher, you research on topics and then you publish them and show them to other researchers. And as in most areas, sometimes you are successful and sometimes not so much. And my biggest scientific success is this development of these self-normalizing neural networks. This is a special type. So in the chatbots, there is a neural network called Transformer, and I suggested a different type, but for different applications. It's not for language. And otherwise, I cannot go any deeper because I would have to start a math class. And yes, when I introduce myself at parties, I say hi.
That sounds very charming. I want to ask you something that I touched on a bit briefly this morning. So it's very clear that we're again in a moment of AI hype. And as someone who's been doing AI research for more than a decade, how do you view the current moment from a technical perspective?
Yeah, it's a very exciting time to be in AI and machine learning research. So when I started, we naturally called this machine learning, and around 2014, the people working with us, also in machine learning, mostly from the US, started to call this AI. So for me, it was very strange to call this AI at first. And what we saw around 2012 is that these neural networks, these machine learning methods, were very good at analyzing images, detecting objects in images, and not so good at text. around 2014-15. There were the first successes then with text, mostly translation. So some of you might have noticed that at that point of time, if you used Google Translator, it got suddenly much better. And so these were the first successes with language. And then we saw a tremendous and fast improvement, and 2017 was a magical year, so many successes were presented at one of the biggest machine learning conferences, among them the so-called transformers. And with that started a huge progress in language modeling, using translation programs, text generation programs, and so on. And this was, this went into a run, so it came a bit out of the academic or the research institution. Also, the IT giants started with that because someone discovered if you just make these neural networks bigger and put in more compute, meaning computational resources, larger computers, they just get better. And so we saw this run now, we observed it for 3-4 years, and I'm almost finished now. So we were also surprised in November last year when suddenly ChatGPT dropped. It also stunned us. Although we had seen this development of continued improvement, we as scientists were still very surprised how well this can generate natural language.
So if I can summarize, excited,
yes.
a little bit surprised by the genuine progress that you're seeing. Is that
Exactly.
a fair summary?
Yes.
Nuria, you were part of a consortium of professors who argued that we should absolutely not talk about a speculative future of generative or general artificial intelligence, but that instead we should focus on the real tangible harms that we are seeing now. I would like to pose the same question to you as well. How do you view the current moment? And could you just recap for the audience the debate about a lot of computer scientists at the big tech companies who are warning us that AI will become way more powerful than humans? What's your take on this?
Thank you, Frederike. Well, it's a pleasure to be here, even if just digitally. But who knows, maybe it's not me. Maybe I'm just an AI system right now. I leave it to you to discern. So first of all, I just wanted to share, obviously, the excitement that Günter has just described. But I also wanted to emphasize, and probably Günter agrees with me, that in addition to this excitement, there is also a certain amount of anxiety in a lot of the scientists in the community because the speed of development of new results, new algorithms, the production of papers, particularly with the exponential growth of Chinese institutions, which was not the case, say, 25 years ago. It is also causing a certain amount of distress among many scientists, particularly junior scientists and PhD students, because they feel that all the ideas have already been done, or they feel that they're working on something and then someone else publishes the same thing at the same time. So I think we have a situation of such not only excitement, but also such levels of investment and volumes of people working in the field that doesn't have any precedent. Just to give you an idea, the conference that Günter mentioned, I imagine you refer to NeurIPS, it used to be called NIPS. The first NIPS that I went to was, I think, in 1998. So it gives you an idea of how long I've been working in AI for. And, it was a wonderful, conference. Maybe we were 400 people or something like that. And you got a chance to meet most of the scientists and, present your work. In the last years, the same conference has about 14,000 people. And it has become so difficult to attend that there is even a lottery now to be able to attend the conference. Not everyone that wants to attend is able to attend. So this, I think, really illustrates well the exponential growth and the explosion that we are witnessing with AI. Going back to your question, throughout history, because artificial intelligence exists as a field since the 1950s, formally as a field, but the idea of creating artificial machines or robots is very, very old. You can even find it in Greek, myths and so forth. When I think Hephaestus created 2 golden women that would help him, with his tasks. So this idea of creating something, we humans creating something that has human-like abilities, has captured our imagination for a very long time. And historically, since AI has existed as a field, at least twice, some advances in AI have led to creation of over expectations on what the discipline can deliver, and those expectations not being met has led to what is called the winters in AI, or moments of disappointment, collective disappointment. So in the past couple of years, we are witnessing completely unprecedented performance in state-of-the-art AI systems, right? I mean, we wouldn't be able to, talk, to our phones or our cars or our speakers, and have them understand us with our AI, translate, from one language to another, or, generate text, etc. And I think this unprecedented performance is also feeding sometimes unrealistic expectations as to what these systems are able to do, because we humans subconsciously tend to extrapolate when a system is very good at one task, probably better than the best of the humans. We tend to extrapolate to other tasks, because naturally, if a human is really, really good doing something, it must be very smart also in all the other areas, which is not the case, for AI systems. So this excitement and this hype has led to non-negligible number of prominent technologists and scientists, mostly located in North America, to consider the potential that AI could be an existential risk, meaning that if we reach what is called general artificial intelligence, which would be an artificial intelligence as competent as a human, including very complex concepts such as consciousness, if we were to reach such a general artificial intelligence, that would represent a risk to humanity, and the Homo sapiens could disappear. So that led to the publication of 2 open letters raising, these issues and calling for maybe pausing, the development of the field, asking for, more regulation, blah, blah, blah. A lot of the signatories of these letters, they never stopped developing these systems, even though they were asking, they should be stopped, but they continued publishing, updates, and they continued releasing their tools, and they never took their tools from, the market, even though they were at the same time saying, that this is like an apocalyptic vision of AI. So to bring some soundness to this and to reduce the apocalyptic visions, the ELIS board, ELIS means the European Laboratory for Learning and Intelligent Systems, and I can explain a little bit more about ELIS later. We felt, and I'm a vice president of ELIS, we felt that we had to write a letter or an article sharing our perspective, which I think is a little bit, is definitely less hyped and a little bit more realistic. And in our vision, we emphasize that on the one hand, we know that we need AI to survive, because AI is absolutely critical to help us address some of the most pressing challenges in the 21st century, including, climate change, the aging of the population, chronic disease management, renewable energies, etc. But on the other hand, we all know that current AI systems have a lot of limitations and pose ethical challenges that we need to address today. Not in the hypothetical case of reaching a general artificial intelligence one day, not today. Challenges like algorithmic discrimination and bias, the computational violation of privacy, algorithmic opacity, the subliminal manipulation of human behavior by algorithms, the excessive carbon footprint of these systems, the accumulation of power, and so forth. So what we tried to bring to the public discourse with this letter was a more concrete, less hypothetical and sensationalistic focus on what are the challenges that we need to address today about AI, so we can really maximize its potential positive impact while minimizing its negative impact. Because we all need to be aware that there is potential negative impact, obviously, in the development of AI.
And I'm so glad we're taking the time to talk about this, because the discussion we just had sets the foundation for the theme of this panel. And the topic that we're here to discuss today is European sovereignty. And the question that we want to discuss is also, what does it even mean to be sovereign in AI? Why do we need to be sovereign? What are some of the risks? And I want to start the second part of this discussion by posing a question to Rector Lukas. Can Europe reach sovereignty through regulation alone? And I'm already going to share that I'm very skeptical. But the reason why I'm asking this question is that, as you've sort of seen throughout the discussions we had already today, most AI is not being developed in Europe and not by European companies. So let me pose the question again. Can Europe reach sovereignty through regulation alone?
Thank you for this. Thank you for this very important question. And this question includes that Europe not yet has digital sovereignty, and I fully agree with this statement. I think we should bear in mind that the concept of sovereignty is a very important part, really a precondition of democracy. When you and I go to elections, we delegate sovereignty, we delegate power, so that our representatives decide conflicts of interest. And of course, in the digital world, there are a lot of conflict of interests. But how can you reach sovereignty in the digital world? So if Ars Electronica is posing the question, who owns the truth, this leads in the digital world to the question, who owns the data and who has the infrastructure, who has the calculation power. We have seen in the keynote before what data quantity is the basis for ChatGPT, for GPT-4. And if you think who owns the data, then you should think on social media, then you should think on cloud technology, and then you get an idea who owns the data. So the current digital sovereigns are the big techs and not Europe. And what Europe is trying now to implement new legislation, to implement a new AI Act, having implemented other acts before. And the very important point is that legislation is only powerful if you can execute the rules. If you are able to understand the technology you are ruling. And the precondition for that is transparent systems. And if you look at OpenAI, there was some transparency at the level of GPT-2. There was less transparency at the level of GPT-3. And there is nearly no transparency on the level of GPT-4. So when European Commission and the European Parliament is announcing that they are ruling artificial intelligence, that they are ruling basic models, and the language models are basic models, foundation models, in the new draft of the European Parliament on the AI Act, then they are telling us that they are in a position to make legislation on a black box. And so you see that's the problem when Europe is claiming digital sovereignty. Europe shall concentrate to be in a position to have the technology, the infrastructure by itself to support scientists in Europe with the necessary infrastructure. We have seen two of the best AI researchers in Europe on artificial intelligence, but they can tell you what their problems are. That if they would change their position to the big techs, they had a totally different infrastructure. They could be much faster in their research. And that's the real question, how to reach digital sovereignty. So my claim is Europe needs something like the CERN for artificial intelligence. And Europe needs a publicly owned infrastructure, and so a transparent infrastructure that is at any time as powerful as the infrastructure of Amazon, Meta, Google, Apple, and so on. And if Europe will not reach that level, Europe won't be digital sovereign.
Sorry, if I may complement what was just said, I think something that might help, because it's not, I don't think the analogy to CERN is particularly perhaps helpful, because we don't need a single location with a large particle accelerator to be able to make progress in AI. We do need computation power, but the computation power can be distributed. And in fact, we advocate from ELIS that computation power should be located where it can be generated in a renewable fashion, because we can't ignore the carbon footprint of developing state-of-the-art AI systems. And the second point that I wanted to make, because it's very related to what you just mentioned, is talent. I think the technological sovereignty in AI requires being able to attract, retain, and inspire the next generation of AI talent in Europe. And that's one of the main objectives that we have with ELIS.
There's a follow-up response, and I think I love that we're having a lively discussion, but for the audience, I want to jump in with a very practical question. So Karen Howe this morning had this very impressive graph that showed how much computational power and how much data is now needed to compete with the foundation models that the big tech companies are releasing. A question for you, Günter. On a technical level, what does it actually take today to be competitive? And I think something that is not often clarified is that many AI companies use AI as a service that's provided by larger companies. So that wouldn't be an actual competition, they're customers. Do you share that analysis? And so what does it take to be truly sovereign and competitive?
I think we should still give some numbers. I can say it from the technical side. And yeah, it's a lot focused on the large language. There's a lot of focus on the large language models now, and we think that a lot of the people use it a lot, and this is also a focus to improve them in different directions. So to train one GPT-3 model, if you had one computer available where you have one graphical processing unit, so these neural networks need these graphical processing units, GPU graphic cards that were also needed for the computer games. This was a coincidence, actually, that someone found that you can use them also for training neural networks. So you have one computer at home with a good graphics card, and you would push the start button and train a GPT-3 large language model. You would have to wait for 355 years in order to finish computations. Why does it go faster? Because, of course, the tech companies, they calculate this in parallel on thousands of graphic cards, so they don't have to wait for 350 years. And also, when you develop a new method, a new type of large language model, it's not that you train one, you have to train many as a test. It's like if you build a new device, if you build a new motor, you have many failures. You test this out, try it, it doesn't work. So you have to do this many times during development. And so the costs of this, without buying hardware, only for the energy costs, it's 4 to 5 million euros. So that's the numbers we're talking. 4 to 5 million euros for one single model. And as I said, during development, we have to do this multiple times. So we as academic institutions cannot compete on that level. So we cannot we can never claim that we have a better language model than the GPTs, because we simply cannot train them. If for science, if you want to raise money, for example, if you want to get 1 million euro for an AI project, you before have to write a proposal. So you have to write 50, 100 pages. You have to hand it in to a funding agency, and maybe after a year later, you get it funded for 1 million. So then we can train a fifth of a language model, having written tens of pages or even hundreds of pages of proposals. So that's the academic. However, that's the negative side. Also the positive side, there are still fields in AI where you can develop algorithms and still demonstrate that you're better. And one last, I do not want to take too much time. So the three things that came together that made AI work is data, algorithms, and compute power. And when I say algorithms, there's of course the people, as Nuria said, the talent behind. So it's also about keeping the talented researchers in Europe.
Thanks so much. So to summarize, there are fields of AI. We only talk about large language models now, but there are fields of AI where you still need a lot less computational power. But to truly compete with foundation models, this is sort of not accessible. And the barriers that you mentioned is talent, funding models, and talent. And I think you wanted to respond to something that was said earlier.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to go back what Nuria said. Of course, I know, Nuria, that there is a discussion in the AI community if a public AI infrastructure should be centralized or decentralized. That's not my point. So I think that's the second important question. Of course, for you, it's very important. But the very, very important question is that we get that infrastructure. And then should be answered the question, what is the better way, decentralized, centralized? I have no comment on this. And I would something add to what you, Günter, said. We should be careful, we should do everything to keep the AI talents in Europe. That's totally true, but that's not enough, as you know. We should try to keep them at our universities, at European institutions, because as you very well know, and as we know at the Machine Learning Institute in Linz, and all the other universities, the big techs have their subsidiaries, their research subsidiaries in Europe. They have their subsidiaries near beside the universities, and they gain that talent. And so, of course, they are not working for digital sovereignty of Europe. They are working for the big tech development in the Silicon Valley, although they have subsidiaries, research subsidiaries there. So once again, the very important thing is that we keep the AI power, the talents in Europe in a substantial sense.
And Nuria, I wanted to ask a follow-up question to you. How sovereign is Europe when it comes to AI research and development?
Well, I mean, I think we've been just talking about this. All we have to do is maybe look at some statistics on the authorship of papers, in the top scientific conferences, or the market value of the top technology companies, or the number of patents in AI. And what we can observe is that there is a clear leadership from US institutions, private institutions, as the rector just mentioned, which is very important, because I don't think it is positive for any field that the scientific progress in the field responds to economic interests of the private sector. I think because obviously there are areas that are not going to be explored, and there are certain directions, that are not going to be considered. So on a global perspective, the leadership right now is in the US. In research, perhaps something surprising or different from other fields, even in research, the leadership, if we look at the number of, at which institutions have the largest number of papers in the top machine learning conferences, is actually not a top US university, which is what it was in the past. It's actually a technology company. And that is very, obviously none of these technology companies is European to start with, but also they are not public institutions. On the patent front, there's a clear dominance also of US and Asian companies. And then on the use front, all you have to look is at the market valuation of the technology companies, and you see that they are orders of magnitude bigger and more valuable, the American companies, followed by the Chinese giants. And we really don't have technology giants in Europe in the AI space. And this is one of the, so because of this weakness in research, in innovation, and in the deployment and use of AI in society is why the European Commission for the past few years has been making commitments in increasing the levels of investment in Europe in research, innovation, and the deployment of AI, together, as it was very well mentioned, with the development and deployment of strategic regulations of the social platforms, of the digital markets, and of AI with the AI Act.
That's a really important point you're raising. So it's not just that different regions struggle for sovereignty. No region is truly sovereign because the power lies within companies. What are some of the consequences you see from this sort of like the fact that research is driven by commercial interests?
You're asking me?
Everyone, whoever wants to respond.
Sorry, I couldn't really tell from your face from here if you were asking.
Of course, sorry, I'm looking at you, but you can't see that. Yes.
Sorry. Well, I mean, as I said, I think science should respond to intellectual curiosity and should respond to, there should be sort of like freedom of thought in terms of determining the progress for science. And also, there is a lot of areas that are of great societal relevance that might not have a significant short-term economic gain. So I think it is of fundamental importance that we balance a little bit the situation and that we strengthen the competitiveness of public AI research overall and particularly in Europe. And that's one of the reasons why we created ELIS. But I really wanted to emphasize, because ELIS is trying to overcome the barriers that make it really difficult to attract and retain the top talent, the talent that has a lot of job offers, to retain that talent working for public institutions or publicly funded institutions in Europe. And one of the biggest challenges, besides availability of data, is the bureaucracy, is just the daunting bureaucracy that the scientists have to endure to be able to start a project. So even as Günter very well described, it's like even before you do the project, you have to spend hours and wait for months, if not years, to see if you can start it. By the time you start it, it's already been done, and that's not what you want to do anymore. There's something else that you want to do. So we do need instruments that allow for a lot more flexibility, a lot more agility, and also sort of like that support more the intellectual freedom, because in research, it is very difficult to know what you are going to find. If you knew what you were going to find, it wouldn't be research anymore. Yeah. Research means you have to take risks. It means that you don't know exactly in which direction you're going, but it also is sort of like requires a vote of confidence in the scientists and the experts, realizing, well, they will find something interesting, eventually. And it takes time. It's not something that you do in 1 year or 2 years if you really want to have a profound, scientific breakthrough. So we do need to find instruments in Europe that will make it a lot easier particularly for the top talent, because it's the talent that we have difficulties to retain, to have a much more flexible, agile, and less bureaucratic environment. So many times when we talk about, resources, it's about resources, I always say it's not just about resources. Actually, we had fewer resources, but no bureaucracy. I think we could do a lot more than we're doing now. Because many times we don't even spend the money just because of the bureaucracy. I don't know if Günter has anything to say about this.
Yes. Should I? Yeah. I can, of course, since being a scientist for a decade now, I know about all the obstacles, and I briefly alluded to that when I said that it takes hundreds of hours, hundreds of pages to write if you know a project. So first of all, it's about, and I follow Nuria on this, it's about having ideas and freedom of thought. If you have you follow a community, like now the development of the machine learning, large language models, and often scientists or talented students, PhD students, even master students have great ideas that you want to try out, and then you need the flexibility to try this out, even not having planned this in a couple of years before or 2 years before. And as you said, you asked me what does it mean if the IT giants drive this. So they have the power to also now run after ideas. So if they say, okay, I'm testing this idea out, even if it might work, but it would cost to try. It cost €1 million or €2 million in compute time. They might try it out. We cannot try it out. So a lot of the good ideas of the talented researchers are wasted. And maybe I spend a minute also on a situation here in Austria. So we had a situation that also we have a strong community in symbolic AI. So what we are doing is the machine learning, which they see as sub-symbolic, and in a quite giant. So these two communities are in many countries quite apart, and in Austria we found together, and this is on many levels, on scientific level and also on personal level. And we put together a consortium of 35 good researchers here in Austria from both fields, and this is a very unique situation, and it's not in Germany, for example. They would be happy that these two communities joined forces, and we worked for 1.5 years on a proposal. Every of these 35 researchers invested probably hundreds of hours in writing a proposal, and it didn't get accepted. So it's even the other way around. If you do this and do not get funded, it's even a blow because you consume researchers with other topics. That's one of the disadvantages of the funding schemes, and therefore I follow Nuria on this, that we need also to rethink the funding schemes for science in order to be able to maintain the sovereignty.
A lot of support for this. I do want to leave some time for questions, but before we do that, let's also talk a bit more about the critical perspectives on the term sovereignty, and especially European sovereignty. I just left a job at an international organization. I can assure you, outside of Europe, nobody is very excited about European sovereignty. They're quite concerned about the fact that Europe is becoming a global norm setter. It has neo-colonial vibes to it. Let's put it like this. So, a question to you. So, who's benefiting from European sovereignty? Why do we still need it, even though the concept is a bit controversial? And for the audience, there will be questions, so think about them now, and then we can open it up.
It's quite simple, and your question is at the same time the answer. So of course there is no benefit of digital sovereignty of Europe if this is exclusively a European sovereignty. As I said before, democracy is based on the concept of sovereignty. So the sovereignty we claim for Europe, we should grant for all the other states, and especially for the global south, of course. And either U.S. government should claim for more sovereignty in the digital world.
It's actually quite puzzling how the U.S. government is embracing the tech giants, even though they're so dependent on them. Yeah. More comments on this question? Otherwise, I would open it up to the audience for questions. And there is a microphone coming right behind you.
Yeah, I have a question. What you have been discussing is a race between the companies that are building the large language models versus universities doing the same thing here in Europe. Private companies versus universities, which is a funny race. But my question would be, aren't there many other fields that you could focus on? Like, for example, application of the technology It's there, it's kind of infrastructure. Where are the myriads of applications using this technology to build services for the world? One possibility. The second is, you mentioned, Günter, the big breakthrough like the transformer models. So there's a big area of research in advancing the technology itself to the next level, which is something Europe could right away start doing.
Yeah, maybe I take the first comment here. So yes, there is, as you said, it's probably not visible, but there is already a myriad of applications built on the LLMs, which I'm also surprised and admiring how creative people are. So they use the large language models to, for example, produce database queries, to produce code, then query a database and do something, or they use them to write stories or something like that. So it's startups are basing their ideas on that. So they internally use these language models and are using them in their products. But I'm afraid of this, that this increases even more the dependency on those language models. So there is a lot of code and applications built on that. If suddenly OpenAI changes their concept of how they charge, how they build them, and raise it by 1,000, then all of these applications are gone and cannot be used anymore. So this increases the dependency, and therefore we have to have this independent LLM. It need not be from a single academic institution. It's, as you see here in LS, academic institutions join forces in order to be able to compete. And the second one is the transformer. So this is, again, also here, I can only give a glimpse into that. It was a huge breakthrough, suggested already in 2017. And now there are many, many variants and alternatives. We're also working on an alternative to that. And so this is also related to what Nuria said with the exponential growth. So many research groups across the world claim they now have a better thing, and it's difficult to sort out both theoretically what is really better, but also empirically, because nobody can show it on a large scale. So hope that answers that partly. Yeah.
Who else has a question? Please raise your hand so I can see who everybody is. Yes, please.
Hi, I'm John. I come from the U.S. And talk about the U.S. tech companies. You know, in America, we don't really claim them as American because they're multinational. And so we kind of think of them as bigger than the government, sort of serving their own purposes. You know, they don't pay their taxes anyway, you know? So I like the idea you mentioned of like a public government infrastructure for AI. But it made me think, isn't the problem centralization as such? You know, the government could make its own infrastructure, but then it would also have this centralized power, and it could possibly use that to exploit and oppress or whatever you would. Do you think the problem is centralization as such, or the fact that it's private instead of public?
I love that question. Who is?
Perhaps I can say something. So, of course, if you have publicly owned infrastructure, there is the problem of centralization, but we are not claiming for only public infrastructure. We are claiming for public infrastructure in a world where every company can have its own infrastructure, but especially for the development of science, of artificial intelligence science, of free artificial intelligence science, it's a precondition that you have the possibility to base your research on such an infrastructure, because only in the case of publicly owned infrastructure you can have the great hope that you have a transparent infrastructure. And if you don't know how a foundation model, how a language model is trained, which corpus is the basis of that model, you can't base a reliable research on that.
And just to add, then the problem with the dependency of applications is also all the shortcomings, all the biases are replicated through every application company. Yes. And since the companies operate with such a lack of transparency, we don't even know what they are. I think there's a real risk, plus the profit ultimately goes in centralized hands. And now I rudely interrupted you. We have 30 seconds. Please share your questions with us.
Yeah, so my question is about the next renaissance and the funding for the AI research, and especially about the innovation park for AI that will be built in Heilbronn with 100 million funding made by patronage. And if we are talking about the next renaissance, where are the patrons like Mr. Dieter Schwarz from Lidl that is doing that in Heilbronn? What the European Union is doing for put all together the patrons and make a funnel for funding. If we want to create something like a next renaissance, what about looking on the past for the first renaissance and how everything happened? And I want to know what is your intake when the innovation park in Heilbronn will directly make with Porsche and Audi, these big companies' applications. If it's attractive, Germany will take all the talent suddenly. What's your thoughts on all of that? Thank you.
We are sadly out of time, but I would love to continue the discussion maybe on the side, and then we can maybe discuss some of the answers. Thank you everyone so much for listening. We will take a huge applause to the panelists, please. And just a note to say, every one of them has a public profile. You can follow their work and support them, follow their research. We will take a short 5-minute break for the technicians to remove the screen from stage. Thank you so much, Nuria.
Thank you.
And then we will come back and talk about best practices for an AI-powered EU. So you will meet, in the session, you'll meet some people who are building very successful efforts for AI models, tools, and data sets with a strong commitment to transparency. So please stay around, and we see you in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm very excited for the next part, called The Path Forward, Best Practices for an AI-Powered EU. We have 4 very esteemed speakers, starting with Chelsea John, who's a researcher at Jülich Supercomputer Center. She's part of the Accelerating Devices Lab, and her area of interests are natural language processing, AI, analyzing and optimizing GPU applications, and many more. Welcome on stage.
From Jülich Supercomputing Center. Sorry, I was inaudible, I guess. No worries at all. Okay, so I'm Chelsea John from Jülich Supercomputing Center, and today I'm here to give an introduction about the OpenGPTX project and a brief insight into our efforts from the Jülich Supercomputing side. So before I dive into OpenGPTX, I would like you to look at this image, which shows the evolution of large language models over the years. The aspect that I want to highlight is the number of large language models that have been made open source to the community. So if you see in 2019, we have Google release its T5 model. In the following year, we had OpenAI's GPT-3, but unfortunately it's closed source. In the following year, in 2021, we had community efforts like Big Science and Hugging Face release the Bloom model. And again, in 2022, we can see there further initiation by the community to make the models open sourced. And this is exactly when the OpenGPTX project was initiated, or so as to say germinated. And in 2023, we have all further experienced the capacities of these large language models through ChatGPT and GPT-4. And OpenGPTX is planning to release an open source large language models very soon as well. So more into what is OpenGPTX. So from the name itself, it is about open source large language models and specifically GPT models. So that is generative pre-trained transformer models. And the X stands for its collaboration with the Gaia X Federation. Now, OpenGPTX is a German initiative to train, build, and deploy open source large language models for commercialization. It is funded by the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Climate Action, and we are a consortium of 10 partners. So I've listed them here. So we have Control Expert, INOS, Fraunhofer, Aleph Alpha, WDR, Technical University of Dresden, KI Bundesverband, DFKI, Jülich Supercomputing Center. And on the left here, I've shown the ecosystem or the infrastructure map of OpenGPTX. So under the GaiaX Data Federation for Europe, we cater to different domains such as mobility, finance, and media, and cater to different language services using large language models, for instance, speech assistance, document analysis, natural language understanding and processing tasks. And under this federation, we have multiple high-performance computing clusters as well as cloud resources. So what makes OpenGPTX efforts different? The first thing is that we are trying to build a European language model. So we are focused on making the language model speak European languages. Most of the languages large language models out there are predominantly trained on English data. So even though they have multilingual capacities, they are not mostly trained on European data. So we are investigating or researching or putting our efforts into making the language model be predominantly trained on European languages and see how we can go about it. The second thing is that we are a consortium of both academia and industries. This is advantageous in the sense that the research or the ablation studies and the models that we do can be in real time tested with real-world applications using our industry partners. And third, we have multiple high-performance computing clusters. For instance, we have the Taurus supercomputer at Technical University of Dresden, which has more than 250 NVIDIA GPUs. And we have the Jewels Booster module, which has more than 3,700 NVIDIA GPUs at the Jülich Supercomputing Center. And using a software developed at Jülich Supercomputing Center, we are able to transfer data efficiently between these two HPC resources. Now, what are some of the insights that we look into in OpenGPTX? So we touch every domain from data till deployment, that is inference. Also, as to say, so first, with regards to data, we are actively collecting European data from archives, newspapers, libraries, and also through web crawling. One of the main efforts has been to extract quality data from the OSCAR dumps, and we also do a lot of ablation studies regarding multilingual tokenizers, different percentage compositions of data to be used, what kind of pre-processing filters and quality filters should be used, and so on. With respect to training, we are deciding on how to choose the model architecture, different training objectives, what are the different kinds of optimization we should use, and I particularly am involved in making the large language models train efficiently on the hardware. So I'm basically associated with the GPU training, and I do optimization of algorithms, make use of the latest communication packages, and make sure that the hardware is efficiently used. In terms of inference, we have different evaluation frameworks set up, and the models are rigorously tested on various tasks. We also do optimizing of inference as well as different fine-tuning experiments. So gathering all the insights and results that we get from these experiments, we are preparing to train a large language model on European languages and make it open source. Lastly, I would like to show my other colleagues who are at the Jülich Supercomputing Center supporting this project, as well as announce that the Europe's exascale supercomputer, Jupiter, will be hosted at Jülich Supercomputing Center. Thank you.
And next on stage, we have Ndapewa Onyothi Nekotu, who is energized by the vision of creating language models using quality data derived from African history, culture, and folklore. Inspiration, ingenuity, and innovativeness has enabled her to find data science and applied software engineering solutions in mining, tourism, academic research, and business development for more than 7 years. A very warm welcome, please.
Good afternoon. I'm so happy to be here. Very, very, very far away from Namibia. Yes, I am Ndapewa Onyothi, a member of the Masakane Research Foundation, a grassroots organization that was founded in 2019 as a call to put African languages on the African NLP map. What we have here is our participatory approach to how we create data sets, to how we create language technologies, and I stand here as a representative of the 2,100 members who are actively working on advancing African language tools. As we see over, okay, here, I have a mouse. Right, so if we begin, we start with the data set creation, and then we have, that is the content creator, we have the annotator, we have the curator, and then we have the language technologist and the evaluator. What happens here is that why we start with the data set creation, we envision data sets looking like a balance of knowledge systems of the language and a representation of the linguistic properties such as the vowel harmony and tones. They should contain different natural contexts of usage and not more web extraction of the news text, which is often what we see. The importance of creating cultural data sets is enormous, and that is why at Masekane we're really focused on a participatory approach where we engage linguists and language experts to create data sets that represent the people, the society, the norms, and what makes us as African to be reflected in our models so that they have real use case and in as a result limiting the bias and the harm that we see in the models today. So it provides insight into the worldview given a race and a people. And it helps create additional types, which strengthens what and which machines should learn. And the benefits of documenting, if we look at the content creator and the annotator and the curator in the first half of this participatory cycle, why we start with the documentation before the model training is to include the understanding of the structural patterns of the language before teaching the machine to do the same, which will inform and help when a model trainer gets into trouble, which is often where we find ourselves in the second approach, when we're creating NLP toolkits, pre-processors, and/or then the language technologies. Our approach is that the first part, which is the data set creation, should start with the linguists and the language experts so that it informs the latter part in what we data engineers or machine learning engineers would then be able to do. Yes, so as I said, to inform and help when model trainers get into trouble, creation of multimodal data sets that include text, audio, and videos of different instances, while documenting and creating data models that specify the rules guiding the permissible way of putting words together. So documenting creates the first step to digitization, so it provides opportunity to not only train models, but also digitize the knowledge and culture of a group of people, enhancing participatory pattern by involving the community vehemently. So the role of the linguist and why we as Masekane are a community and really embody this Masekane, which stands for building together, embody the participatory approach, working with linguists and technologists and language experts, is to create and supervise the methods of collecting, annotating, analyzing, and digitizing the language, while language experts serve as people supplying the data. And in linguist data collection, language experts are seen as language consultants. The linguist provides then the word list, the stimuli, the paradigm, the storyboards, and other narrative mechanism for data elicitation for the language experts. So, and this is a very important step, and this is where our focus is, to really work with the communities in capturing who we are, what makes us as a people, our history, which has gone through severe challenges, but also to ensure that whatever it is that we build, the various domains, be it in financial, in health, in the social sciences, in climate, these are a representation of who we have been. And as we move into the changing world, our norms are reflected in this, and our models should be able to also understand that. And as we fine-tune the large language models as well to our our tools, it should be important that the data in which we train our models in should be very different from the way it has been done for the past billion users. And as we move into the next billion users, we should be able to redefine how this needs to be done. And this participatory approach is very important, not only that it should serve Africa, but all minority languages and indigenous communities who need the technologies to be active citizens in the global challenges that face us today in their natural languages, and not language being a barrier and as a result also a result of bias and harm. Thank you. Please do visit our stall to learn more about the Masakhane Research Foundation and the work that we're doing.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Giada Pistilli. She's a philosophy researcher specializing in the ethics applied to conversational AI. Her research mainly focuses on ethical frameworks, value theory, and applied and descriptive ethics. Giada is also principal ethicist at Hugging Face, where she conducts philosophical and interdisciplinary research on AI ethics and content moderation. A warm welcome.
Thank you. So today I'm going to present a research that I also presented at FACT and how it connects with the topic of today, which is how to build large language models with special attention to transparency and data governance. So just as a really brief introduction, we know that today there are several tools that exist that guide AI development and deployment in different disciplines. So among them we have ethical frameworks, licenses and regulations, and technical documentation. And so my research here shows that there are interesting interactions and interdependencies between philosophy, and so namely the branch of ethics, law, and computer science. So if we start with three different notions of compliance, because sometimes and usually they also get mixed up, ethical compliance, legal compliance, and technical compliance don't mean the same thing, even though they're complementary. And so usually ethical compliance implies values or ethical principles, and they are usually stated in what we call a code of ethics or an ethical charter. Legal compliance means that we ensure that an AI system complies with relevant laws or regulations. And technical compliance involves ensuring that AI systems are, they meet technical standards and specifications. So if we want to summarize in three main questions, we would say that ethics tries to answer the question, how ought this technology be used? Law tries to answer the question, how shall this technology be used? And computer science or technical compliance, trying to answer the question, how can this technology be used? So we see how those three notions of compliance can be articulated together. And so, for instance, if we try to see the articulation that exists between legal compliance and technical compliance, especially in our EU framework, the last draft of the EU AI Act refers to model cards, for instance, as sources of documentation. And so this is also in the spirit of transparency. And there's a match, and so therefore there's a match between the information that is required by regulation and the information that is usually expected by the AI community. And so we can see, and we hope, that there's really a good potential for model cards, for in this case, which are FYI, so just technical specifications for a specific model. They could become regulatory compliance tools in the future, at least in the EU framework. And so how this whole theory translates also to something more specific and more practical. I was part of the initiative of the Open Science Initiative Big Science. I was the co-chair of the Ethical and Legal Scholarship. And so what's Big Science? It was a workshop where we developed a very large multilingual language model called Bloom. We trained it in the supercomputer José near Paris, and its multilingual dataset called Roots. And so it was a large-scale collaborative effort because we were over 1,000 researchers coming from all different disciplines and scientific fields, working together, interacting with each other. As you can see in the image there was like kind of a snapshot of our organization. And so if we come back and we translate into tools the notions of compliance that I explained in the introduction, in the case of Big Science, we had an ethical charter, we had a specific user license, and we had documentation. So through a consensus-based process, all the collaborators, we described and outlined the project's values, and we formalized them into an ethical charter. Those same values informed the development of the Responsible AI License Appendix, which is called Use Restrictions, and also Bloom's model card. So just very briefly, a Responsible AI license, it's an open access license with use restrictions. And so in this case, in this specific case, the specific Big Science license has been informed by the ethical charter, and so by the values that are inscribed on that ethical charter. And so a couple of examples of values. We have the value of reproducibility, which is a common value also in science, biology, and open science in general. And so how it was articulated. It was first described in the ethical charter, then it has been expressed through an open license, and then it has been operationalized by the technical documentation. So we can see the 3 layers of compliance. Or another value that was really important for Big Science was multilingualism. And so he has been considered a value in order to lay the foundation and so the goals of the project, and also considered as a technical feature in order to make our tools multilingual. So starting from the dataset, Roots, and then, of course, the final model, Bloom. And so in conclusion, we can say that of course, the interdisciplinary AI field, I mean, I myself, a philosopher, so also doing AI, we need to work jointly on developing practical tools and more, I would say, especially in this, our EU context. We should develop practical tools, but also methods for integrating ethical, legal, and technical compliance that are separated but complementary into the AI development process. And so the role of the AI community is crucial to foster collaboration and cultivating diverse expertise. And so I hope that we will continue dialogue, ensuring that as technology advances, our values and ethics remain at the forefront. Thank you.
And then finally, we have José, a computer scientist and neuroscientist who is co-founder and scientific lead at Lion e.V., the German nonprofit research organization committed to open science around large-scale foundation models and data sets. He also leads the scalable learning multi-purpose AI SLAMP AI lab at Jülich Supercomputer Lab. A very warm welcome, and we need a few seconds to change laptops.
So Lion is a non-profit research organization that was founded in Germany back in 2021, and it was founded out of despair. So I think one have to be honest and say that EU lagging hugely behind US in studying what is called foundation models. The previous panel was stating that clearly, and this is a correct assessment of the situation. And why it is important to study foundation models? Well, they build right now the backbone of everything that happens in machine learning, arguably. So everything means foundation models are not the whole field, but those are the creatures that you have to know in order to study all other aspects, like safety, for instance. However, to study those models, you need to fulfill certain things that are unfortunately fulfilled for only few research labs in industry. So you have to collect large generic data. You have to be able to deal with large model sizes. You have to be able to execute training for a long time, so which means just a lot of compute power. And you have to actually have people who are experts in doing so. So Big Science demonstrated how to do it, rooted in France. They hijacked a José computer, and we thought we can do the same in Germany and try to play the same punky game. It's not clear why the large scientific organizations that actually supposed to do such a trick were not doing so for years. So Max Planck, Helmholtz in Germany and others, they were just waiting for something. But then what happened then, that this research was done completely behind the closed doors in industry. And that leads to the despair moment, rise of this grassroots communities like EUMETA in US, Lion in Germany, and Big Science in France. So they were trying to fix the situation, gathering very different people with very different background, researchers, citizen scientists, technology enthusiasts. And this follows the same principle like those who've seen the talk yesterday by Jim Wales, to provide actually the very critical knowledge and very critical science tools from basic science to the community for free. So these communities try to do this in realm of machine learning, like Wikipedia is trying to do this for the information freely available. So access to knowledge is a fundamental human right, so access to these tools in terms of basic research knowledge that arises from those has to be also this kind of fundamental human right in our opinion. And what Lion was doing then is we focused on large foundation multimodal models like language vision models that were studied behind the closed doors in labs like OpenAI, for instance, CLIP for representation learning, for image understanding, or DALL-E for text-to-image generation. So we had to gather first a large-scale image-text pairs dataset that we obtained from Common Crawl that luckily mirrors the public internet since years. Also initiative driven by punky people, single enthusiasts, completely unbacked by any governmental funds, which is very strange actually, because it's so important and useful. And that resulted in creation of Line 400M and Line 5B, which are research datasets, to be able then to reproduce and study those models that were simply hidden from the broad research community before. And this is roughly the timeline how it happened. So after these data sets were created, funny-wise also the large industry research labs were taking them to test their own models, but also strong movement and open science and open source community happened, resulting to in replication of important research artifacts like stable diffusion, which is actually latent diffusion only trained on Lion data, and OpenClip, which was then the open source version of OpenAI Clip. And for this work, a Lion community got a very important award, an outstanding paper award from the most important venue in machine learning, NeurIPS 2022, not only for the effort to gather the data set, but to make it completely open, transparent, and also validated by training the important models that were staying behind the closed doors before, and then were then openly available for the community. So we continue this kind of activity research with the help of community along different tracks, mainly now driving efforts to become indeed proficient in providing foundation models for different multimodal learning scenarios, language-rooted, language audio, language image, language video, and so on. And we have this Lion ecosystem, meanwhile, that helps us to do so much more efficiently than before. So we have, of course, still grassroots appeal, but we have, meanwhile, help of academia, non-profit organizations like Max Planck Institutes, Jülich Supercomputing Center, which I'm hosted in, from Helmholtz Society, but also University of Montreal and University of Washington contribute there with their strong research labs. So we have much easier way now to drive these activities in this transparent open source way, backed up by other research organizations. That gained us some visibility as community, both nationwide in Germany, but also internationally. And of course, this is only possible because we have these 3 pillars covered. Main of those, the people, the experts from research community that contribute to these projects and are then finding the right resources to do this kind of research. So in forms of access to supercomputers, that some of them stand in newly supercomputing, state-funded machines, so not industry. That's why we can also attain our non-profit character successfully. And this allows us to drive this open, reproducible science for strong and transparent foundation models that are then available for further experiments and for further studies to everybody who would like to touch them. So this is now the open source international AI research that is rooted in EU as a opposing design for the behind the closed doors industry-based research that is also scientifically very strong that happens in US, and we hope that this alternative model can give some fruits to gain back some drive into the EU activities. So we would like to encourage everybody who would like to join the efforts, to join our community, but also to join other groups like AI or Hugging Face, form a big part of Big Science, because we are all linked and we work on the same thing, and the more people come in, the better we are set up for this challenge. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, everyone. Waiting for sound. Thank you, everyone. We finished 5 minutes early, and next we have Deb Roy, our keynote speaker. He'll slowly come up stage to set up his laptop, but that also means this is unannounced. If anybody has a burning question, we could actually ask them now to any of our esteemed panelists. Any questions by anyone in the room? That was a lot of information and really inspiring, I found. People are still thinking and processing. So there's a question. We haven't prepared this. I'm improvising, but someone is handing you a microphone.
I'd like to know if you feel optimistic about the things you're doing, or if you are more along the lines of a pessimist.
And we also need a microphone up here to respond to the questions. I improvised a bit too much. Or if you just share and then I'll share it back to the group. The microphone is coming. Wonderful. And can you stay here to help him? Perfect. Optimists, pessimists. I can start. Perfect.
I'm pretty much optimistic, even though I come from a discipline which is supposed to kind of find and anticipate all the risks. And so I would say that it's important to be optimistic, but it's important to refocus on human agency and human responsibility, because we talk about AI, sometimes we forget that it's not fully autonomous. There are always humans behind them, behind data sets, behind models. And so as soon as we always refocus both, as I was saying, like legal and moral responsibility, then we can also find who's accountable for. That's what I'm gonna leave to the other.
Any more responses from anyone else?
Men first.
Oh, okay. Yeah, too kind, actually, given the previous history, right? I think I would consider, for instance, lion crowd a realistic crowd. So it is important, as previously was said, to consider both positive and negative sides, but to consider them scientifically. So it is very unhelpful to confabulate about positive or negative effects and then write lengthy documents without any scientific evidence behind it. So we should really focus on evaluating both pluses and minuses in some systematic way that gives also the public the feeling that we are actually indeed knowing what we are talking about and there is a science behind it. So this realistic way should be in all science disciplines. I think actually machine learning AI is maybe right now very visible, but progress along different lines of research is exactly like this. Usually when you dig deep into some fundamental science, you always have pluses and minuses. So it's hard to find a branch which is not like this. And we should learn from the history, so how people dealt with it, doing progress along different lines. So we should just talk to the communities that also were confronted with similar problems and then copy-paste some useful stuff that they pretty sure have found before us.
I'm pretty optimistic about the work that we're doing because we're shaping what we want to do. It's a human-in-the-loop approach. So by default, in that we're shaping how we want the tools and technologies to look like, but we're also defining and shaping the data sets that we're creating. And when you're involved in that, you see that AI is only one of the results of what we're doing. With the data sets, there's so much that we can do in preserving history, edutainment, but also in what sustainability should look like. And when you come from that perspective where you're interacting with this human-in-the-loop approach, there is so much hope because we trust ourselves to drive ourselves into the future, but we're also informed by the wisdom of ages. So, of course, becoming a pessimist is with funding because it's driven by funds to get to the AI stage. But getting the data stages is what is really exciting. And the AI stage is only what then is very minimal. So in that essence, we're highly passionate, highly motivated, and excited for the future.
Thank you so much. Chelsea, did you also want to respond? I don't want to put you on the spot, but
I think whatever I'm doing in the OpenGPTX project is just not for AI, but also for future scientific work. And I'm very optimistic about the findings or the research we are doing. And even if you're pessimistic, if you have a failed result, that is also in the end a result which we learn from. So I don't think being pessimist is something that you can not avoid for, because at times you do fail and you feel pessimistic. But you have to go on. That is science, and we all vote for science and technology. So, yeah.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your work and also for presenting it here. I'm sure there are many more questions. We now have a keynote, and we'll need, I think, 1 or 2 minutes only to finish the setup. So thank you very much. And if anybody has questions, they can probably find you. We are incredibly excited for our next keynote speaker. Deb Roy is Professor of Media Arts and Sciences at MIT, where he directs the MIT Center for Constructive Communication. He is also the co-founder and CEO of Cortio, a social technology nonprofit that develops and operates a conversation platform designed to serve as unheard voices both within communities and across divides. His research on applied machine learning, human-machine system design, and understanding large-scale social media ecosystems is directed towards developing safe and trusted spaces for meaningful, non-polarizing human connection and impact. Please give a warm applause for Deb Roy.
Thank you. It's really a delight to be here and share some of the work that our teams are doing in designing digital spaces for constructive communication. So this image serves as a kind of problem statement for us in the work that began in the United States and the concern about growing toxic polarization and social fragmentation. There are many causes for what is happening, not just in the US, but of course in many parts of the world, including economic, cultural, political, historical factors. But our particular lens into this work was the role of social media. And if you think about what happens when anyone can pick up a bullhorn and use it, we've all lived through a kind of experiment where, oops, let me just back up here. And when some people can manage to use this bullhorn, we get this kind of fracturing of the public discourse as some of the loudest and most extreme voices tend to take over our public spaces. Oh, that'd be great. Thank you. And so this same kind of behavior is now seeping into the in-person public spaces that we have available as well. So just to give you a bit of context for where our work at MIT comes from, over the last 15 years, we've been studying social media through various different access to data, a lot of it Twitter and Reddit, combined with machine learning and data visualization. So I just want to give you two examples. The first is a picture of a picture of poor health and fragmentation during the 2016 election. You see here this kind of huge red cluster of Twitter users who were following candidate at the time, Donald Trump, disconnected from the rest of this color-coded universe. And when we identified the location of thousands of professional journalists that were writing about the election, you see that they are disconnected, and there's a kind of stunning level of fragmentation in the underlying network, at least the view through Twitter. One more example, in 2018, our lab in collaboration with Sinan Ural published the most comprehensive study of the spread of false versus true fact-check news over the entire history of Twitter. And just to give you one example of a sort of stunning difference, stories that turn out to be false spread on average 6 times faster than stories that were true, and also reached a far larger number of people in total. And so this has led, in terms of thinking about the impact on human beings that are in these social networks, the computational social scientist Chris Bale used the phrase social prism in his studies to find how there's systematic ways in which we are getting a distorted view of others that we don't have direct connection with, often leading to dehumanization and even violence. And meanwhile, as I think everyone here is aware, we are living through a technological revolution of generative AI. This is a nice visualization, I believe, from some folks at Google. As you increase the number of parameters in these large language models, the surprise over the last couple of years has been the emergence of, sorry, kind of missing some of the, there's the visual. We see, as the number of parameters increases, the capacity of these large language models to generate human-like intelligent behavior keeps escalating. A lot of incredible, powerful applications, but also some real risks. Daniel Dennett, philosopher, used the term counterfeit people to describe what is now happening, that more and more we don't even know if what we're hearing and seeing are generated by real people or by AI systems deployed perhaps with ill intent. And so I would say that we are overall facing a kind of crisis in trust, where increasingly what we're hearing is not real, authentic conversation and talk, but it's performative. I think that's destroying our politics, destroying our ability to have a functioning democracy, and layered on this new explosion of human-like intelligence, which makes it difficult to know if what you're hearing in the first place came from a person or not. And we think it is critical that we need ways to hear the humanity in others through trustworthy channels if we want a functioning democracy. And this is really, for us, the kind of motivating statement that guides the work that we're doing. The approach we're taking is not to try to improve social media for civic purposes. We're not trying to stop the flow of generative AI. We think the genie is out of the bottle. But we are trying to design trustworthy spaces for functions that we value, in particular for civic contexts. And we're going to use AI and various digital technologies as kind of building materials, guided by design principles that have very different intent than what we're increasingly surrounded by today. So this work is being done by 2 different organizations that I lead. The MIT Center for Constructive Communication, part of MIT, and Cortico, which is a nonprofit organization with a product development, design, and engineering team, and a partner support team. We have an unusual, unique cooperation agreement in place between these 2 organizations so that they can work together to develop new prototypes of new technologies and methods, and actually take validated approaches and scale them through the partnership with Cortico. And I just want to give you a sense of the people behind all of this work that I'm representing today. These are some of the students of C3, as we call it, the Center for Constructive Communication, several of whom are here at Ars Electronica this week. Belen, Maggie, Nana, and Cassie. Some of you might actually be here today in the room. We have an exhibit out here and running 2 workshops tomorrow that I hope you'll be able to check out. Several members of the C3 staff are also here. There's 3 of them right here. Heather and Giada and Dimitra. And there's also a very talented team of designers and engineers and community organizers and people with backgrounds in oral history that make up the Core2Go team, and I'll also be showing their work. And I finally just want to acknowledge the funding that made all this work possible, in particular Reid Hoffman, Frank McCourt, and Project Liberty for generous long-term support to enable the work I'm here to share today. So our aim is to design a new kind of communication space for trustworthy public discourse. And the approach we've adopted is to tap into what we call ancient wisdoms, and I want to share some of those that we've learned from practitioners that have appeared over and over in different cultural practices to deal with situations where there is low trust and poor understanding. And design then a digital technology stack that is shaped by these ancient wisdoms, but that can meet people where they are at today, which is we are and will remain in a technologically saturated environment. Everyone has a supercomputer in their pocket. We need to meet people where they're at and leverage the technology shaped by these wisdoms. So what do I mean by ancient wisdoms? Let me give you a few examples, and then I'll translate it into what we're doing in practice. So the first is when you have a large group of people and there is distrust and difficulty in understanding, form what we might call circles of trust, small groups where there is pre-existing trust amongst the people in that group. They might know each other, they might know someone in common, they may have some shared experience, but that enables the basis with the right conditions to create a context where authentic sharing can happen. The second is with the obsession around public opinion research and surveys and so forth, this takes attention away from a very different kind of sharing, which is our personal experiences, stories of what we've actually experienced in our lives, as opposed to opinions that are often not even ours, but picked up from media or elsewhere. So the design of prompts that then a host of a conversation can facilitate, hold a space, and create an environment where people feel comfortable sharing actual personal experiences about meaningful and sometimes challenging topics. And then the kind of gem can emerge, these personal stories, and you'll hear a couple in a few minutes just to give you a sense of what I mean. So now there are some very interesting things we can do with technology. The first is listening at a distance. If we have a way to get the consent of people involved and take an experience and just play back the voice and the story in a different context, that context might be a group of people who would never find themselves in the company of the first group. Or even if they are, it would be very difficult to have someone from that first group open up and share authentically. But with the right kind of technology, we can replay audio. If we have a growing number of these, imagine hundreds or thousands or maybe one day millions of people willing to share in small groups. There's also the ability to use technology to find patterns through a process we call sense making, to find themes that relate experiences people are having across conversations, and make those patterns available and visible back to the people who share them, to actually discover connections that you might not realize you have with others that you thought you had nothing in common with. And also to be able to make those patterns more generally available and visible. The last kind of ancient wisdom I want to share is a very important way in which information we think should spread for the right kinds of spaces. And that is to tap into actually a book of wisdom from the field of architecture and urban planning, pattern language, which has a set of patterns that have been observed over and over in built environments that lead to human flourishing. One of those patterns is the intimacy gradient, which suggests in architectural terms to lay out space of spaces of buildings so that they create a sequence which begins with the entrance in the most public parts of the building, and then to slightly more private areas, and eventually to the most private domains. So for example, in a house, you would go from a gate to an outdoor porch, to an entrance, to a sitting area, to kitchen, and finally to the bedrooms. And the general concept here is that the distinction between private and public is not binary, even though social media platforms tend to have a switch. Do you want to be private or public? But instead, there are many different spaces of varying levels of intimacy with thresholds, and this is key, that under the consent of people involved can choose who goes across those thresholds into more intimate spaces. Just think about your experience with social platforms and whether you've ever sensed the intimacy gradient at play, and you'll probably find that it's not usually very clearly there. Okay, so let me share with you some of the practical things we've been doing, informed by these ancient wisdoms in order to design a technology stack. So in 2018, we started a collaboration between MIT and Kathy Kramer, a very important person in our work, a political scientist at University of Madison, Wisconsin, who has pioneered methods in analytic listening in the political science world. Together with her, we started an experiment in Madison, in our hometown. We developed some technology. We call this the digital hearth, designed with furniture makers and designers to create an inviting piece of technology that serves as a bridge between an in real life small group conversation that's facilitated. So there's a controller for the facilitator to play back audio excerpts and control recording. And to create a link from that in-person conversation to an extended digital space. And then with the pandemic, we expanded to also enable small group conversations over video, such as Zoom, where the host of the conversation would get consent, record the conversation, and then whether it's in person or over Zoom, the recording of the small group conversation gets uploaded to a tool where we enable the ability to traverse through transcripts, pull out highlights from those transcripts, and then develop a coding scheme. Just to give you a sense of what's going on here, each of these little boxes is a highlight of a piece of speech that's being played back here. The codes are generated by human sense makers who listen to these different excerpts, typically of people sharing personal experiences, identify recurrent themes, generate these codes, and then apply them to all of the highlights to find these kind of organized themes that connect across conversations. And then we developed a way to take that coded collection of highlights and publish them and create a public feedback loop, a kind of demonstrable listening where you can see how your voice relates to others. So I'm going to show you one example. This is a live public website that is created by the New York City of Health. They were interested in surfacing how COVID was impacting people's lives around all the neighborhoods of New York City. And if you go to this website and you scroll down, you'll find themes that have emerged across conversations like vaccine hesitancy, future visions of what can happen beyond COVID, resources from the city that helped. Scroll down further and you will find a curated set of stories that the New York Department of Health has made public. I was really surprised that so many people were hesitant to taking the vaccine during the pandemic. And so I just want to play for you 30 seconds of one of these stories. There are hundreds of these on this website. To just give you the sense of one person's experience and why they decided not to take the vaccine.
Let me tell you something. I would have, like, deep down inside, I don't like admitting it, but I do like my job. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And if my job would have worked with me, I would have got my shot for my job. But you wasn't trying to, it was either force or get out. Force or get out. You wasn't even, we was doing this testing for 2 years. And then all of a sudden that mandate came down, they didn't want to hear nothing else.
Yeah. And so if you scroll through this site, you can explore vaccine hesitancy, see the themes, and then actually get a summary, a synthesis of the theme that has emerged. And throughout, there are citations to community voice of different stories that all reinforce the particular theme. So it's a kind of justified synthesis. This is being used both as a feedback loop for people in New York to understand the experiences of others. It's also being used as an input to policymakers to think about programs and resource allocation across New York City Department of Health. So let me now just bring your attention to what is justifying all of this and serving as an important input now for New York City. Those of you who've played with generative AI might be thinking right now, well, that could be generated by ChatGPT. And you could feed it into a speech synthesizer, add a little bit of natural variation to the voice, and generate something that sounds exactly like that sample I played for you. How do we know this is not a counterfeit person? Why would you care about that? Well, if you're making decisions moving on resources, this is actually one of the challenges that democratic processes now faces. The lack of trust that those are actual people that you're hearing from. What's interesting in our approach is that that little logo says the New York Department of Health collected this story. They did so with the Korean Community Services, which is a local community organization that operates in Queens, one of the boroughs of New York. And Hina is the name chosen by the person who shared this story. It might actually not be that person's real name, but what we do know is that there is a verified connection between each of these organizations that pre-exists our system that is being picked up and leveraged to create what we might think of as a trust network. And actually, if you go to this public website from New York Department of Health, you'll see there's a couple of dozen community organizations that our team does not have any direct connection with, but New York City Health does. And so there's this network that is being tapped to create a scalable approach to listening. So to give you a sense of the range of ways that this platform, sort of the tools and the methodologies are being applied, in Madison, Wisconsin, after the murder of George Floyd, there was a very difficult moment in the city where the city needed to hire a new police chief. And the city actually used our platform, community dialogue, with very open-ended prompts to people from neighborhoods around Madison. What is a hope or concern you have about the future of your community? And what's a story, an experience you have related to that hope or concern? And then using our platform, and actually Maggie, who's here, was part of the sense-making team, to find themes related to public safety and policing. And those were translated into interview questions that were used in public interviews with the final candidates. And in feedback we got from the city, we learned that this helped build trust in the actual process of the selection and gained legitimacy as a result. We have an extraordinary example of the use of this approach led by a group of high schoolers. This was in Freeport, Maine, a high school in Maine, where there was a communication breakdown between school administrators and student body. And the students actually led the effort of organizing and facilitating and sense-making conversations to restart a conversation that had broken down with school administrators. And this model is now being replicated by other youth-led efforts. So across 90 different partner organizations in local government, in youth-led efforts, and in local journalism, we're actually seeing real uptake in using this approach to create spaces for listening and for decision-making. And most recently, a new effort for us, the past president of MIT said, look, we're actually having social fragmentation in our own workplace. 25 students, staff, and faculty having trouble dealing with contentious issues. And so the president invited us to pilot the platform within MIT. And the initial year has gone very well. And so the Institute is now scaling up its adoption of this approach in the workplace. So to take stock, we have a set of ancient wisdoms such as circles of trust, sharing experiences over opinion, intimacy gradient. We've developed a data management platform for dealing with this kind of sensitive conversational data and the ability to do consent-based sharing. develop sense-making and publishing tools to create a conversation platform for listening and sharing. This exists today. If anyone's interested in using it, you can go to Cortico, and there's a team ready to help bring this into different contexts. So I want to shift now and spend the last few minutes talking about the expanded vision of where this platform is going and why we think there could be great value in various different civic application cases. So I'm going to allow President Obama to introduce a concept that's been very important for us, this idea of civic muscle, which has guided a lot of our work at the MIT Center for Constructive Communication and at Cortico. President Obama?
We should also think about how to build civic institutions for a new generation. I mentioned the decline of what are called mediating institutions, unions, Rotary clubs, bowling leagues, right? But the thing is, studies show that if you participated in an organization like Student Council, which I did not, or the Boy Scouts, or Girl Scouts, groups that allow young people to practice learning, debating, voting, making decisions together, then you're much more likely to vote and be an active citizen. You know, those habits matter. We need to figure out ways to give young people and the rest of us a chance to build up civic muscles. And we have to figure out how to do that, not just in the real world, but also on virtual platforms where young people are spending time. This is one of the things we're focused on at the Obama Foundation. And great work is also being done by organizations like the MIT Center for Constructive Communication, which is making online conversations more civil and productive.
So we were, of course, delighted to hear that shout out to our work. And really, it's the first time we heard that phrase, civic muscle, was when President Obama spoke at Stanford. And when we think about the work we have done with these 90 partners, there's actually a blueprint for a new kind of social network, not a social network for media and entertainment, but a social network for dialogue and for listening, where there are roles to be played by humans to organize conversations and find the right way to invite people in so they're willing to actually drop their guard and speak authentically, to be a host of a conversation and learn the art and the craft of facilitation, to be a prompt designer, not a prompt engineer for GPT, a prompt designer to open up conversations for humans, to be a curator, to lift out those stories that you think ought to be heard, like the one I shared with you today, to be a sense maker, and learn how to find patterns across potentially huge numbers of conversations. And so now I'm getting a 2-minute warning, but I think we started late. I just want to make sure. Where is our, a few more minutes? Okay. And so what we've done, as you remember right now, our platform allows in-person conversations and video conversations. Over the last few years, we started development and testing of a mobile app that we are going to launch in December. It's taken us 4 years, in fact, to design and get feedback, a lot of it with young people in mind. And the way this app works, if you want to organize a conversation, it's as easy as having a FaceTime or Zoom conversation, except you do it on this app. There are some special features. There's a bookmark button, so while you are in conversation, you can tap that bookmark and you have just started engaging in a form of sense-making. Because after the conversation is over, everyone who's in it immediately gets a transcript of the conversation, and you can go and find those moments in the transcript where you tap your bookmark button and actually create a highlight. And when you go to share that highlight, rather than a post, a social media post, it's actually an excerpt from a small group conversation. Whoever's voice is in that highlight needs to give approval. And so this kind of consent-based sharing leads to us implementing this concept of speed of trust. Rather than looking for viral spread, it's a consent-based way in which voices can move. And then in the app that will go live in December, there are these boards in different fora, in different spaces that members that are part of a community can form and invite people in of varying levels of visibility and intimacy. And in those different fora, you can post highlights, and this implements a version of intimacy gradient in a digital space. So what we're ending up with is a new form of social network that is less about viral and broadcast, but instead small groups. And from lessons we have learned in studying social fragmentation in networks, we're building in mechanisms for sharing cross-pollination, sense-making, feedback into the app. And so we can layer on one more stack in our network here, and what will be coming soon is this ability to create these community networks. And one of the implications of this is dramatically greater scale, the ability for people to download the app, create these groups. It'll take a lot of the friction out of the system. The last thing I wanted, last concept that we are now testing at MIT, some of it together with folks at Cortico, is this concept of AI scaffolding. So where you have civic muscles that you want to build, our idea is that we can leverage the enormous potential of AI to create kind of like training wheels. A piece of technology that teaches you a skill. Once you learn it, you can cast it away and cycle without it. That's the concept for leveraging AI to create scaffolding. So I want to show you two examples. And a key here is we're not trying to replace human intelligence and capability. We're trying to augment, just like a training wheel is not trying to take over learning how to balance. It lets you develop a sense of balance. And similarly, we want to help build civic muscle, and it decentralizes control of the communication spaces if many people develop these abilities. So I'll show you two examples briefly, and that'll be, and then I'll wrap up, make some concluding remarks. So in the sense making, this is a brand new prototype. You've got a transcript of a conversation. If we say show AI generated highlights, portions of the conversation that have kind of meat of the conversation as opposed to some of the chatter that surrounds is automatically identified. If we say show AI tags, then a set of codes of themes that emerge across conversations are automatically generated by a large language model and applied to the highlights. So we are now evaluating the biases and the quality of this machine-generated coding, and also developing the design approach for human-led and human-steered AI that we can then roll into the platform. The second example I want to show briefly is this is a visualization of conversations based on turn-taking. If there is equitable voice in a conversation versus not, we can visualize a number of conversations. We can change and look at responsivity, where we have some AI look at the content of what people are saying and gauge to what level people are actually listening to one another. Are they actually each waiting for their turn to speak, or are they actually responding to those who came before them? If you care about that, then you can reorder these conversations based on that ranking. We think this could be, among many things, a very powerful feedback tool for facilitators to see how they're doing, see how it compares with other conversations, and improve their ability, their civic muscle in holding space for high quality conversations. So that concludes the picture here of the full stack with this AI scaffolding, which layers on top of the other pieces. These are all meant to be integrated. So a couple of questions that I often get. Is scale possible with a social network that limits the size to small group conversations? My response is an existence proof is the telephone network, which does not allow broadcast and yet, of course, gain global scale. So there's nothing other than our imagination that stops us from creating very different kinds of scalable networks. I also am often asked, how do we ever compete with social media? Our approach is we're not trying to compete for entertainment or for broadcast, but instead we're trying to deploy in high impact context where the stakeholders want it. So a way to depict this, and this is sort of what you've seen some examples of, when you have institutions and decision makers, often at a local level, and communities that are disconnected, where there's distrust, there's poor understanding, and often the communities themselves are fragmented, like what we saw in the Twitter graph to start. If there is a commitment to listen and respond from leadership, from decision makers, we sometimes call these brave leaders who are willing to open up these kinds of authentic conversations, and there is commitment to participate from at least some people in these communities, then we know, because we've seen it now over and over, there is a very different kind of space that can be created. And so we've seen this with elected officials and constituents, we've seen this with policymakers and communities impacted by those policies. We've seen it with journalists and the communities where there's a real crisis of trust in journalism today, that this method works. And the work we're doing within MIT is the first example in the workplace of doing this with organizational leaders, department heads at MIT that are opening up these spaces. And so with this kind of stack, everything I've shared with you today is really focused on this function of listening. We have developed collaborations with some domain experts in conflict mediation, in deliberation and citizen assemblies, will be the topic of one of our workshops tomorrow, in community organizing, as other areas, kind of applications, if you will, that can leverage the same stack. And so this is really the picture of what we're building. I'm really delighted today to, for the first time, introduce the new name for this platform, Fora, plural of forum, which really reflects the importance we place on creating spaces for trustworthy discourse. If you're interested in any of this, you can go to fora.io, and if you're interested in trying out new things like the social network or the AI scaffolding, over the next few months we'll be inviting people in to co-learn and co-test all of this with us. So let me summarize, because I covered a lot of ground. We are in an environment which unfortunately is saturated with performative posts, counterfeit people on the rise, viral spread, and I didn't get into this, but there's centralized control of AI algorithms in all the major social platforms that determine what spreads and what doesn't. And let me draw a contrast with the approach of what we're doing, which is authentic conversation. We know these are real people because we're tapping into existing networks of trust, intimacy gradient rather than viral spread, and decentralized control of AI by community members, and therefore opportunities to participate in democracy in a new way beyond voting, which is to learn how to create these spaces and take control of how the AI actually shapes the spaces. And the impact, rather than the loudest voices shouting opinions and reaching passive audiences, which eventually erodes trust. Instead, what we are seeing, the evidence from our work with partners, is that underheard voices that don't show up in performative spaces do show up in small circles of trust, where there's listening, a sharing of experiences, there's a participatory approach, and it builds trust. So my last question is, I have a 2-minute sample of listening. I'm just asking my host whether I can take 2 minutes to play a sample of listening. Great. So that's how I want to close. I want to invite you to listen to some voices that are flowing through Fora. Over the last couple of years, we have worked in most states now, more than 40 states across America, and a lot of these are open-ended conversations, and what we never ask people to do is put themselves in an identity checkbox, your ethnicity, your race, etc. Instead, in the flow of these conversations, often people talk about their own identity. So we use some AI indexing to find samples in public conversations where people self-identify, and then created this medley so you can listen for about 2 minutes to a variety of ways in which people self-identify. And with that, I'll close. Let's try one more time.
I am most definitely a city girl.
I'm a third-generation farmer.
I'm the associate pastor of New Pleasant Grove Baptist Church.
I'm a combat veteran. I served overseas in Korea and in the Army.
My family and I came here as refugees from Vietnam.
I'm a white man living in the U.S. that's been educated.
I am a Muslim and a person of color.
When I was growing up, I grew up in a family that identified as very Irish.
And I remember being asked, are you Puerto Rican or black or white? And I just didn't even know how to answer that question. I was like, I don't know. I'm what I am.
Where I grew up was, everybody around me was black. But I didn't realize until I got up here in Birmingham that we were all also the same kind of black, like socioeconomically, so we were all very similar. And then I got up here and realized, oh, everybody don't act like this. And not only did everybody else not act like this, I was somehow like an outlier.
My parents are both immigrants to the U.S. and they came from Eritrea, which is this country in East Africa. When I was about 10 years old, my grandparents came to the U.S. and lived with us. And that whole experience gave me a lot of time to like talk and listen to my grandparents' experiences. And it was really important to me because it gave me a way to think about like who I am, especially because the schools I went to, I was oftentimes like an outcast because like I was usually the only kid who was the child of immigrants, and having to like know that like, oh, I'm different from all these people somehow, but like how am I also similar? So having those conversations and being able to again like just sit back and listen was really important to me, and has sort of shaped how I have thought about myself and my identity since then.
So if you're interested in hearing more stories, check out the Collective Echoes exhibit on the main floor. If you want to learn more about large language models and how they can actually be used to bring people together, we have a workshop tomorrow morning. And if you're interested in deliberation and citizen assemblies, we are co-hosting a workshop in the afternoon with Democracy Next, one of the real leaders in this emerging frontier of democracy of citizen assemblies. And we'll look at how technology and citizen assemblies can come together. And with that, I close. Thank you so much for your attention.
A very warm welcome to our afternoon session, where we'll have a keynote and then numerous panels and short films, all focused on the question, what is the impact of AI on the cultural industries? Before we go there, we have a keynote, Who Owns the World, by Hito Steyerl. I thought she doesn't need an introduction, but I'll read the biography anyways. Hito Steyerl is a German filmmaker and writer who lives in Berlin. Steyerl's prolific filmmaking and writing occupies a highly discursive position between the fields of art, philosophy, and politics, constituting a deep exploration of late capitalism's social, cultural, and financial imaginaries. Her films and lectures have increasingly addressed the presentational context of art, while her writing has circulated widely through publication in both academic and art journals, often online. Please give a very warm applause.
Thanks so much for the kind introduction and also for having me here. I'm very happy to be back in Linz. So, when I heard the topic of the next Renaissance as a headline for the day, I have to confess I had a mild panic attack because it was like, guys, are you really sure you want to have a next Renaissance? Do you even know what you're talking about? I mean, be careful what you wish for, honestly. So I want to explain what I mean by that, because only some aspects of the Renaissance, which is being mentioned in this title, correspond to the common stereotype of a sort of humanistic and rational and innovative period. I would say that the main part of the historical Renaissance is associated with colonialism, genocide, witch hunts, epidemics, magical thinking, slavery, alchemy, etc. Also mercenary companies, quite a lot of them, oligarch, autocrat rule. So that's more what I think about when I hear the word Renaissance. Especially people living in Linz will probably know about that. It's probably common knowledge to most of you that the person who the university is named after, Johannes Kepler, very important astronomer, figured out the elliptic movement of planets, etc. He had to leave Linz, and you know why? Because he had to defend his mother from accusations of being a witch. It sounds ludicrous, but it was actually pretty serious. She was at danger of being burned at the stakes. And this is why he had to interrupt his research, astronomical research, and left Linz. So this is the other side of the Renaissance. But it is, according to art historians, the first example of so-called linear perspective in the arts. You know, linear perspective is a sort of optical, mathematical paradigm of representation, scientific thinking, etc., etc. So the first example is a panel series by a guy called Paolo Uccello, who made a 6-panel series starting in 1467, and right off the bat, in the 5th panel, he shows basically the burning on the stakes of a Jewish family, including small children, who are supposed to have done some kind of harm to some kind of host. This is also why it's called the miracle of the desecrated host. So in a way, this is the Renaissance in a nutshell for you. Some other aspects of the Renaissance that one might want to avoid repeating, and this is just really bullet points. Colonialism, the subjugation of the Americas, genocide of people living there, also in other parts of the world, the Inquisition with tens of thousands of victims peaking in the 15th, 16th century, beginning of transatlantic slave trade, mercenary rule by private militias, Wagner style. And unfortunately, on many accounts, many of these things are sort of trickling back into the present and are quite contemporary. Let me just show you one example, or use one example to explain why and how. You probably all know this painting. And it was painted in the Renaissance. It's a painting called Salvator Mundi, allegedly by Leonardo da Vinci or maybe by his studio. But the fact is it's probably by the conservator who painted over most of the painting during a recent restoration, which made it fit to be the most expensive painting sold at auction for $450 million to a proxy acting in the name of Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi crown prince. You probably all know this story, but I want to draw your attention to this weird object the Salvator Mundi is holding in his hand. It is an orb made of glass or crystal, actually, and it is supposed to represent the world. It's an old trope in art history, Christian art history. This is supposed to be the world. So who does the world belong to? According to this painting, it belongs to the Salvator Mundi. Now I would like to show you a contemporary orb from a moment that will hopefully not usher in a new Renaissance. Can you see this orb down there? So what is this actually? It's a scanning session for something which is called WorldCoin. And since December 2021, people in many countries of the world were faced with a sort of surprising offer to exchange a biometrical scan of their iris data with some sort of mysterious crypto asset called WorldCoin. And the gadget that was supposed to record the iris data was this sort of weird, reflexive, orb-shaped gadget. And many of these scanning sessions took place in countries of the global south, Indonesia, Kenya, Sudan, etc. And again, we have a person holding a reflecting orb loading with art historical significance. So who owns this world? Well, I guess this orb at least is definitely owned by WorldCoin. What is WorldCoin? It's a brainchild of Sam Altman of OpenAI, who described it as an experiment in providing some kind of universal basic income. But right now, WorldCoins have little value. Actually, their value dropped steeply after they were launched in the beginning of September to around 50% of their launch value. And they can only be accessed through a cumbersome and error-prone interface, which also has spawned its own scamming industry already. What is it for? It was described as the biggest operation up to date to draft people, a biggest onboarding operation into crypto and Web3, expecting to draft more than 500 million people. And researchers of the MIT Technology Review, in fact, you should also have listened to Karen Hauer's excellent talk this morning, who described another, let's say, aspect of a similar story. Anyway, they revealed a lot of irregularities during the collection process, never mind the inequalities between the people who used the data and collected the data and those that gave the data. So the question is, why would anyone want to collect iris scans like trophies? What is going on here? Why are they doing it anyway? WorldCoin is pretty mum about it. They don't really describe what they are doing. The orb technology is transparent. The code is, of course, proprietary. And after a while, those same researchers of the MIT Technology Review concluded that actually this whole thing was not about crypto at all. It was also not about UBI at all, of course. It was basically a sort of pretext to get people to relinquish their biometrical data, people living in territories with very low data privacy protection regulation, in order to train neural networks on this kind of data. So it was basically a training data collection effort. So owning the world, since the Renaissance, I sort of anonymized the photos a bit clumsily. I apologize for that. So owning the world means that since the Renaissance, it also means to sort of pretend to know and staking claims to the world. In this case, by WorldCoin pretending to be able to identify people through a so-called proof of personhood. What does this mean in the words of the company itself? The orb checks you are real. Now, it's a bit funny for me because, especially coming from the people behind ChatGPT, that people developing such technology should be so interested in output to be real or not seems a bit funny to me, honestly. But WorldCoin's proof of humanity means not primarily that, WorldCoin knows who you are or has a zero-knowledge hash of, the encoded iris scan data, but it means primarily that it has, through its own proprietary technology, the power to decide whether you are real or not, whether you are human or not, whether you exist or not. And this, of course, is a continuation of a very old-school colonial line of separating humans from alleged non-humans through technology and so-called science. And what WorldCoin does is it monetizes and tokenizes identity, biometrical data, markets, territory, and tries to come up with its own proprietary technology for basically drawing this line. There was a very useful term coined already in 2002 by an anthropologist called Michael Herzfeld, and he came up with the term of crypto-colonialism. And this is long before there was any cryptocurrency at all, right? He was aiming at something completely different. He was trying to describe indirect forms of colonialism, economic forms of dependency which do not correspond to a sort of nation state occupying another nation state and trying to rule it. So he definitely was not referring to cryptocurrencies or crypto technologies, since he wrote that long ago. But I think that this is still a valid model to describe some of the deeper roots of the WorldCoin phenomena. It's a term, crypto-colonialism, that precisely describes the geopolitical power relations that are at play in this kind of operation. So now the question is, who actually does WorldCoin think that the world belongs to? And this is a straightforward answer. They think that the global economy belongs to everyone. It's a photo I actually took myself at a scanning operation in Berlin, and when I saw it, I was like, to everyone? Really? Is this a joke? So how do I own the world economy? Please explain this to me. So I think Let's put it like this. If the history of commons, as some people state, was a tragedy, right? Then I think that the sharing economy, such as described in this kind of, slogan, this is actually a farce. So we're moving from the tragedy of the commons to the farce of the sharing economy. What do I mean by this? The WorldCoin situation, or at least this kind of description of it, is a sort of caricature of a concept of the commons, which are the resources shared and commonly administrated by all members of a community. And we know that because the, almost stereotypical historical example given for it is the pastures that peasants used together before they were enclosed by feudal landlords. And the exploitation of this has been declared an intrinsic structural weakness by a person called Garrett Hardin in 1968. He argued in his paper, The Tragedy of the Commons, that this was never going to work because there would always be individuals who exploited basically the common resources. It's also known as the so-called free rider problem. The thing is, though, that, as I said, within the data extraction industries, this tragedy of the commons has been turned into the farce of the sharing industry. To say this very bluntly, in the digital context, so-called sharing usually means, or almost inevitably means, that someone takes away other people's data, resources, labor, time, attention, etc., etc. It's a very unilateral process. It's a polite or / creepy expression for almost something like a unilateral class struggle from above, from wealthy monopolist corporations that control proprietary technology. So again, the question, who is sharing who, what, with whom? I'm a filmmaker. I'm basically producing content, images, etc., etc. From this perspective, it was very interesting for me to follow the discussion around so-called AI generative art. Renderings which are produced by image generators such as DALL-E or Midjourney or Gen 2, you just name it. Could be images, could be video, and so on. And there was a sort of outcry almost from the artist community to say that, our individual IP copyright is being violated by big data grabs of corporation, basically privatizing and expropriating our data through, creating these huge data collections and training AI models on them. And the rights, of course, to the production or the products, the generated images, are, of course, not in any way associated with the original producers of the training data, not at all. They are privatized and appropriated. So many artists and actors have criticized this sort of data grab, the seizure of individual styles and data. And their reaction is to sort of try to reclaim individual copyright or IP, or at least have some opt-in, opt-out buttons to prevent, training on their sort of data. I think that's not going far enough because, honestly, any image that's being generated by so-called generative AI right now is the production of the cooperation of many, many people, hundreds, if not thousands, right? It's always a cooperative process. It's the people that produce the training data. It's the people that are in the training data, represented by it. It's the people that annotate the training data, that make them compatible. It's the programmers, the prompt writers. It's the people who produce the whole infrastructure, from the cables, basically, laying the cables to have this kind of thing happen. It's a huge, huge collaborative and cooperative process that makes a single of these images appear. And that's the thing that's being sort of denied right now because it's not accepted as a collaborative and cooperative process. So, what to do? there's at least 4 solutions, I think, to this dilemma. I think the most complicated one would be a sort of cooperative model to basically redefine both the scraped data collections as well as the models trained on them as a sort of actually existing data commons, which needs not only to be owned, but also to be managed collectively, cooperatively, including all the actors involved. And in fact, many such models exist. My old school, German Artist Rights Society is pursuing such strategies right now. But again, one could also say that if we have this sort of data cooperativist model, this could get easily kind of very cumbersome, because you have a lot of additional bureaucracy, etc. And also, if we look at models of sharing royalties, such as Spotify, for example, or even worse, the entire NFT royalty model, it didn't seem to work so well. So maybe there is an easier method, which would be number 2. Number 2 is regulation and taxation. It's very old school models, very simple. Regulation is actually what the Kenyan authorities deployed when they shut down the WorldCoin data grab a few weeks ago. In its essence, they had already asked WorldCoin to cease operating several months ago, but they were ignored, right? So a few weeks ago, someone just raided WorldCoin's operation in Kenya and seized the machines. That kind of thing is absolutely possible if a state actor wants to do it. So regulation is possible. Taxation is also very old school, tried and tested, simple model. Everyone knows that it's very efficient, if it's applied to yourself, but it barely works with big data corporations. But I think it's only fair for society to reclaim what machine learning companies are costing them, in terms of providing, a free sandbox for unpaid testing, free data provision, and also large-scale social experimentation. So taxation, easy. Number 3, there's also an even easier model, which is, I call it the so-called degrowth model, applied to WorldCoin. You might end up, if you think whether we really need it or whether anyone actually needs it, one might end up thinking that actually it's completely unnecessary. So the degrowth model would just consist in getting rid of it or not having it or not, trying to break our brains trying to make it work somehow. Maybe it's just not worth it. On the other hand, the degrowth model can easily also lead people to think that they can somehow sort problems through their individual consumer options or decisions, which is also kind of unrealistic. And number 4, this is another option which I call the waffle model. So what is this? What is the waffle model? So WorldCoin started scanning in Berlin in August. I went there and took some photographs and see how it went. And actually, it didn't go very well, from the WorldCoin perspective, because I was there for an hour, and during that time, they couldn't even persuade a single person, to have their iris scanned. And I looked at, the profile. They went for young men who had a mobile phone in their hand, primarily of minority backgrounds, because I think they had this kind of stereotype of what an underprivileged crypto bro might look like. But even so, people just were not into it. But then something very funny happened. There was another promotion option next to it, and it offered free waffles. And everyone was queuing up for that, So WorldCoin was not really such a hot thing. If you had the choice of free waffles, that seemed to work. So picking waffle instead of WorldCoin, that's a very common sense, I think, solution to the problem, but we have to analyze this further. Of course, this only worked because it was in Berlin, and there actually was some free waffles, right? And, yeah, I mean, it was not in places like Kenya or Sudan or Indonesia, which were hard hit by the pandemic, which are hard hit by inflation, by the effects of, food exporting sanctions due to the Ukraine war, etc., etc. So basically, the difference is that there was a choice in the Berlin case, which made the Berlin target groups less vulnerable to this kind of techno-solutionist scam and the extraction of data. And thus I think that the solution is not to try to fix social problems through extractivist technologies and scammy pseudo-solutions, exploiting the effects of the pandemics and war, but simply to improve healthcare, food security, access to income, education, and a good life. It's to fix social problems and to have welfare, period. So I think to get to this point, there is no kind of automatic roadmap. This is something that people who have anything to do with technology often assume there will be an automatic road somehow to progress to a better life, etc., etc. But this is not going to happen, because if people do not actively, raise their voice and ask to be included in the so-called benefits of technological progress, then it's likely not going to happen. There's a very interesting new book by a person called Darren Acemoglu at MIT, called Power and Progress, who traces the past 1,000 years of technological history and comes up, among other things, with the conclusion that if people do not basically organize and demand to be included, in the benefits of technological progress, then most likely these benefits will accumulate in the hands of a small privileged elite. And throughout history, we have the history of social organizations, unions also, most importantly, that try to also stake a claim to be included into the profits they have actually worked to produce. And this is why I want to conclude with this last picture, which, as you well know, or might guess, is a picture from the so-called Writers Guild of America strike for the redistribution of technological profits and against technological extraction. And, many other labor struggles are taking place around this question. Karen Howe in the morning mentioned the unionization of Kenyan data workers, who also organize exactly to a similar extent, to have protected labor conditions, etc., etc. And I think that this is where the next steps have to be, basically in organization of something called data unions. It's a model that Jerry Lanier suggests, or even expanding the old-fashioned model of the Artists' Rights Union across the board, internationally, across all different actors. And I think this is sort of the minimum condition, and it's a huge one. It's a huge one. It's a huge task for any potential next renaissance not to devolve again into a genocidal, femicidal golden age of robber barons which are relying on mercenary violence. Because they claim to own the world, they claim to know and define humanity and to control it, and it is upon us to claim it back. Thank you.
Our next session is a short introduction and then a video, AI for Culture, Overcoming Fear with Understanding. And our speaker is Geraint Wiggins, who has a beautiful Welsh name and is a professor of computational creativity at Vrije Universiteit Brussels and Queen Mary University of London. He has studied artificial creative intelligence since 1987. He co-founded the field of computational creativity and chaired the International Association for Computational Creativity from 2008 to 2014. He studied mathematics and computer science at the University of Cambridge and AI and music at the University of Edinburgh. We're very lucky to have him. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Am I audible? 1, 2, 3. Yes, good. So I am very honored to be here at an event which is supposed, hopefully, to help the development of something which I believe is a very important development in the world. Just a very quick moment of introduction about why I have hopefully something useful to say here. In the kind introduction, it was already mentioned that I have studied artificial intelligence for rather longer than I wish to repeat. And as part of that study, I've been studying computational creativity, which is the name we give to the part of artificial intelligence which studies creative intelligence specifically, trying to understand this problem of what is this creativity thing anyway. The other reason is because I'm also a musician. I'm qualified to doctoral level in both areas. So I understand the artist's perspective on this whole question as well, from the perspective literally of an artist. And I hope, therefore, I have something to bring to this. So, the genie is out of the bottle. We have somehow to deal with artificial intelligence. And it's not going to go away. Our problem, as Arthur C. Clarke once wrote, is that any sufficiently advanced science is indistinguishable from magic, and therefore it's hard to understand. We need to try to understand it in various different ways, through various different metaphors, and we need to put it in a place where we can control it and use it to the benefit of humankind. Like any tool, it can be used in multiple ways. The purpose of today is then to discuss a particular possibility, which is to look at what is missing in our world for AI and culture, and in particular, what is needed in order to improve interaction between the various participants in this game. The technicians, the developers, the creators, the consumers, the governments, everyone who is involved in what could be an enormously productive but also an enormously dangerous tool. The big idea is, if we had some kind of center, that might be a distributed center, it doesn't necessarily need to be a building. If we had some kind of unifying force within all of this, how should it work? What issues should it look at? Which issues should it address? Twice on my slide for some reason. So what we're asking today is indeed, what are the questions? What do we need to do? How can we address this issue, this genie, without putting it back in its bottle, but keeping it where we can see it and we can do something useful with it? This is the second session in a series. And the first session took place some weeks ago in Salzburg as part of the Salzburg Festival. A small video has been made from that, which I'm going to show you now. And after that, we'll have more talks about these issues.
The idea of an event was to put together people from high-end culture, from cultural institutions, and tech nerds, so to say, those who really hands-on create new reality, which from public media we here to represent a threat.
And then we're going to discuss the need for what we are calling a competence center to facilitate interaction between AI developers, musicians, and cultural institutions for the common good.
It's not just the next step of digitalization, it's really a new way of working with technology. It's this change from automatization to autonomization that I think is the best way to describe this paradigm shift.
And the project raises very interesting questions about the future of creative collaboration, including the interaction between humans, machines, and nature, and then the origin of creativity, including music, and the ownership of intellectual property in artworks created through the non-human interaction.
I'm particularly excited about this because we can use AI to empower tuning systems and cultures outside of what I like to call the cultural majority, which is Western music. So technology is not neutral. And it's very important that when we're designing tools, such as music AI tools for creative purposes, that we think about ways to ensure that the technology can be used across a wide variety of different cultures.
I always try to make the technology, to let it disappear somehow, that it is not really visible, because I don't want art that is showing a technology. I really want the technology to be part of an artistic piece. For example, here I decided to take a part where I don't use language, to take the unspeakable. Then I show you the voice clone choir.
We will see a live demo now of Pia. So last week I used Pia to recompose two well-known classical pieces, and Curtis was so nice to actually study those pieces now within a few days and also transcribe them actually in order to be able to perform them today for us.
For me, there's a huge part about the body language and the personality a person can bring on stage, not only just the sound, but also the image and from the visual side. And now I just can see there's a chance that this concert experience will be replaced by AI in the short time or in short term.
One small notice, when this wonderful interpretation of the Chopin Nocturne, when it was these little interruptions of Pia, you remember these places, I tried to, not technically, but more spiritually, to focus to the problems of the machine. The problems of the machine is that it doesn't ever been sick of tuberculosis. And that's essential, as Chopin has been.
As regards a competence center, it seems to me that what is necessary is a crossroads at which intellectual fields, be they practical, applied, or whatever, can meet and exchange ideas in a meaningful and effective way.
Some sort of lighthouse project, or lighthouse performance, or whatever you want to call it, where engineers, musicians use AI in order to create some performance, a holistic performance that is not only music, that is bringing together narratives.
Maybe there is a need for more investment in this space, bigger collaborations between large cultural institutions like the Salzburg Festival, technologists like Ars Electronica that already experimented many years, and real musicians, real artists, real creators.
I think a kind of circle of maybe 5, 7 or international places with a strong collaboration is a better idea as to have one.
Task is to create strategic course on the way of learning how technology could become super productive for the purpose of a high culture.
Our next talk is called Artificial Meets Artistic Intelligence, and our speaker is Bernd Fesel, who has a background in both philosophy and economics, and over 30 years of experience dedicated to cultural and creative sectors and industries. He is the CEO of EIT Culture and Creativity, a serial entrepreneur with a long track record of startup creation, creating and supporting public organization, and bringing life to programs and policies. He has also held roles as the Vice Director of the European Capital of Culture of the Ruhr region. Please give a warm welcome.
Yeah, thanks for the warm welcome. And I'm afraid I can't compete with this wonderful film. We'll be presenting an awfully boring organization to you. But the good thing is, this EIT Culture and Creativity is an organization now in the making. I will explain what this organization is about. And the good news at the end is that we have been awarded an amazingly, surprisingly large fund from the European Union to spend on artistic and on business and on social innovation. We have been awarded last year a fund of up to 250 million euros to initiate innovation in our sector now for the next 15 years. So we are not built as a next project, but really as an opportunity, you see here, as a partnership for innovation, investment and impact. So innovation in what kind of areas? We innovate in a broad range from the classical cultural field up to gaming, media, design, industry design, advertising, and maybe fields where you would feel it's not even part of culture and creative industries. The definition is widely differently across Europe. In some nations, cultural heritage, for example, has a great part of culture, in others not. And the same thing applies to media and even to games. In some nations, this is the leading part, in others not. We will embrace a very broad approach. And when I'm talking often to other sectors, to other industries where we are now invited to explain what is culture creative industries and why you are so important, I'm always telling the story that just imagine how you came here today. And I know for you it's all clear why our sector is so relevant. But for many, it's other not. They don't realize in the morning they read the newspaper either online or in print. They don't realize they dress and use fashion. They don't realize they stream music while going to work or even maybe a film. When they enter the building, it is architecture, sometimes even cultural heritage. In the end, they sit down at designed furniture. And most of all, somebody is just playing in his mobile, like this colleague over there, and using interface design. And the cover flow is one of those interface designs invented by the Royal College of Arts in London, which was then bought as a patent by Google, by Apple, and allows us today to play in those markets in our hand and use content so widely and simultaneous to our life. So we're using it every day. We're using our sectors every hour, and in some instances even every second. And by this, we are in fact the second largest sector in Europe. And that's why this European partnership for culture and creative sectors is now being built. So you might go to work without a car, but never without our sectors. This comes not as a surprise to you, but to many others in Europe it is. So we are the new kids on the block to support the relevance and the innovation power of our sectors. And that's why we are especially happy, to talk here at Ars Electronica, who have been doing this since decades and really initiated this movement widely before European policymakers have recognized to say, now we need a funding initiative. So this funding initiative you see here on the right side, what is innovation in our sector? What kind of innovation do we support? And of course, the definition traditionally is about technology and business. We add to this definition the artistic and social innovation. And that also means that in the future, a library, a museum, a dancer, a performer could apply to the European funding in innovation. Suddenly, a new world of support is opening because this is redefined. And this is also financially relevant. The cultural program of Europe is a few billions. The innovation program of Europe is 100 billion. And out of this, an additional 3 billion is now also allocated to our sectors. So the question is now, from all those innovations you also see here in Ars Electronica, what are the ones to support? And we told ourselves, let's focus on those which have a really relevance for the transformation of society, in either making it more just and fair, transforming it to a better green society, or make it a more digital and service-friendly, user-friendly society. This innovation community has a tradition. The European Union already created 8 of them in very different sectors. We are number 9. And this 9th innovation community is built in a very different vibe, I might say. It is very open and inclusive also to single artists and entrepreneurs to join. Just students can already join at €100 per year, while usually those innovation communities were built for the large-scale institutions, for Fraunhofers, for big corporates. When I started my career, I used to work in a gallery and experience how it is to start as a small unit into this big artistic world. And so we took care to really make clear the small companies, the artists at the very start of their career are welcomed in this European partnership alongside really big corporates and research institutions, where we hope to facilitate new connections, new opportunities then to work. We have an entrepreneurial mindset of doing this. You see me speaking here for a European-funded institution, but at the same time, we are free to make our own governance, to hire our staff. We are now hiring. We just started a few weeks ago. We are now up to 10 employees. We will grow up to 80. So is this just another funding body, or is this a sector and an organization close to the culture creative industries? So we decided to really have an entrepreneurial approach, to listen to what the sector needs, to listen what the artist needs. And that's why we and my team and colleagues are also here. Maybe Patricia, you wave your hand, and Rachel also here. We're also listeners to learn, to make this an open community, which is really a driver for change. And then listening to what the sector needs can be also an investor in impact. And this phrase, investor in impact, is really relevant because it's not just another grant we are giving, but really looking for it as a partner where we give an investment to follow up the success. If it's with mentoring or with other tools, it's not just fire and forget, you make your project and we don't see each other again, but rather building a longer relationship to take this product, this service, this artistic idea, or very commercial new company we create and succeed into its success. We call this investment with impact. We have a presence across Europe. Proud to say that I hope maybe some colleagues also from Vienna are here, because there we will be having also a regional center. We're having them also in Barcelona, in Amsterdam, in Helsinki, in Košice, almost Ukraine, and in Bologna. Those regional centers are really also listening points, networking points to support really finding those projects we want to invest and support. I just said it already, you can join this partnership, and in fact, you can join it. The applications forms are just out on the 1st of September. They can be reached, and we started out this application with some 50 partners across Europe. Now we can grow to many hundreds. So I hope I can make you a little bit curious. Look at our webpage and dive into the benefits we offer. These are structured around those 4 pillars: connect, access, leverage, and lead. If you abbreviate that, it's a call. So we really call on you to use those benefits to create either new collections or also to use our network to leverage your aims. We have partners like the City of Amsterdam, or even Ars Electronica being one of our partners, who have, despite their influence, their relevance, and their history, still aims to reach, they cannot reach alone. And I think this feeling everybody knows. And so please use this network and ecosystem offer to support and leverage your innovations for the future. So those are the aims, the structure. So how do we do this really? We work with open calls, which are published several times a year. Sometimes calls are even open over the whole year of the time. Those are calls for universities, for example, to propose novel masters or novel training programs. Those are calls to entrepreneurs, and this also means this single artist, of course, but also a cultural institution, a museum, a library, even a city, developing new products and services. And this is in the field of innovation, the strategic objective number 2. We also support the creation and setup of companies. Those companies can be also non-profit companies. So please read this language I'm using here, not only as a commercial language, but also one which you can adapt to create new organizations, if it's for a non-profit purpose or for a commercial purpose. Business creation, where we then directly invest in the organization between 500,000 and 1 million euros. So this is really a relevant investment, and those calls will come out in the first quarter, hopefully next year. We also support innovation in society. We all know that the framework we are working in, if it's a city or a region, is so important to the question if you can open up, for example, an incubator for games, or if you can open up a music club, or if a cinema continues, depending on the local and regional ecosystem, on the policymakers around them. And that's why we also support innovation in policy. We just realize that policies and governances, regulations and procurements are also a bottleneck in innovation. And of course, policymakers do not like to hear that, but they are part of this ecosystem, and they can also play an active part in making life easier and more successful for arts and culture. And last but not least, we support innovation also to better monitor all those effects, to better understand what is the value, not only crunch numbers in terms of turnover in visitors, but also the immaterial value. So with all those elements, now we focus on 5 areas where we see the highest impact for those investments: to overcome fast fashion, to help architecture to be more carbon friendly. Some 37% is coming from architecture across the whole of Europe. We want to help to reduce the carbon footprint of the media and audiovisual markets. We want to help industry design, to redesign the products more eco-friendly. And last but not least, our 5th focus is in the field of cultural heritage, to help cultural heritage to be better protected, but also to invest in cultural heritage in the transformation of cities. They are part of the identity, and in many cities funding is missing to keep cultural heritage relevant. So besides those funding projects, we also start ecosystemic improvements, where we close the gaps in our system, which cannot just be healed by another company or by another project, which really needs the input of all of us. We all know, just as here, we are often living in our cultural silos, if it's sectors or disciplines. So we are creating a digital platform to overcome those silos, an engagement forum. We are creating an investment club to bring together all those public and private investors in our sector. We know from research that our sector has some 30 billion euros in capital invested every year from the private side. In other sectors smallest than ours, this is double the size. So we look to increase the overall private capital investment in our sector by this investment initiative. The same thing in policy. We see quite often the cultural policymaker does not understand the project because it seems too much commercial. And if you go to the economic department in the ministry or in a city, they say, look, it's too much cultural. And so you're between the stools in policy, really not promoting novel innovations in our sector. So here we bring policymakers together to heal this gap. And last but not least, our initiative is also, and that's I think why we are invited here, to tell this wider story with this European partnership. Since we are across all 15 sectors, all nations, all disciplines, across universities, research institutes, businesses, cultural institutes, we are really a storyteller across the whole sector. And we want to use this capacity really as a responsibility to tell the success of our, we believe, very successful artists and cultural makers of shaping Europe in a better way. We heard at the beginning with all the historical weight, the colonial difficulties of the Renaissance. And that's why we on purpose said it's the next Renaissance. It's the attempt to make a different and better Renaissance. And also, of course, to make not a European Renaissance, but really an international one, which overcomes this colonial vibe. So you could also say this is a critical Renaissance. And I was really thankful for our first contributor to making that obvious. So now, what does this all has to do with artificial intelligence? Of course, artificial intelligence is one of the main drivers for innovation, but also for disruption, also for attacking professions. And so we will put that on the agenda to target this with open calls and to look how we can contribute to the European debate. Last year, the European Union started what they called a new European innovation agenda and again forgot our sector. They are starting 100 deep tech innovation valleys, but they didn't have the artist-driven innovation on the plate. And that's exactly now our remit, our scope, as a partnership for all of us to see to it that in the next years we have calls and policy talks how to put artistic innovation also into artificial intelligence. So that's our claim here, to really embed artistic innovation into this whole debate of the artificial intelligence, not to take this only as a tool to improve, but also as a tool which is really invented by artists using it, by framing and using it. And I really want to invite you to join our partnership to help us frame those calls. That's the way we work. This call is not designed, it's not ready. I'm giving you kind of a preview, a sneak preview here, and something we will do in the coming years. And if you have ideas how to contribute to this, how to play with artificial intelligence, you are invited. So please join our playbook, and we are here for the next coming days. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you everyone for joining us. Our next program point are key impulses on legal and business issues around AI for culture. And I will briefly introduce our three speakers, and they will come join us on stage one after the other in the order in which I introduced them. So our first speaker is Michael Maybook. He's the co-founder and general partner of the newly launched early-stage VC fund New Renaissance Ventures, investing in tech companies in the cultural and creative sectors. He will be followed by Samantha Peña, who is currently the head of accelerator at Caltech Accelerator, a global community with a vision to make culture more financially independent and accessible to all. And our third speaker is Christiane Stülze, who's a lawyer and partner at the international law firm of Morrison & Foerster. The German newspaper Der Tagesspiegel calls her Hollywood's lawyer in Germany. Please give a warm welcome to all three of them. And you can sit down. Let's sit down and then.
All right. Thank you, everyone. So as we know, throughout history, technology has been a massive catalyst in the culture and creative industries. And this is why we're here today, to really explore what that means with artificial intelligence, especially in the culture and technology sector, when we're going to be exploring the VC and startup landscape. I'm Samantha Peña. I'm the head of the Caltech Accelerator, where we impulse startups with innovative projects in the culture and technology sector. We have a 3-month program that runs twice a year, so if you're interested in knowing more, please come find me later. And I'm joined today with Michael, my colleague.
Yeah, hi, nice to meet you everyone. I'm Michael, I'm one of the two co-founders of a venture capital fund that is dedicated in investing into the cultural and creative industries, and they are in early stage technology companies. And I'm here today to speak to you a bit about why we see an opportunity here and why we think this is a good market to invest in. And maybe to start off, we've seen many sort of ecosystems cluster around specific themes like fintech or health tech or similar. And commonly this was not, a startup ecosystem was not associated with the cultural and creative industries. And we are thinking that this is actually a good idea to do so because the cultural sector is much bigger than what we commonly think so, and is very at the center of our European identity. So just a few numbers to underpin this is that the cultural and creative sector in Europe is actually bigger than the pharmaceutical or the telecommunications sector. Europe has the highest number of talent in this sector. We have very much value creation within the cultural and creative sector, and also tourism is a key, or culture plays a key input for tourism in the European Union. Why launching a fund now and starting to invest now into companies in the cultural and creative industries? And we strongly feel that now is sort of an inflection point in this industry that is brought about by generative AI. And will bring about massive investment opportunities. And this is not starting, in a year from now, but it has already started, and it is reflected in the VC market in the sense that there have been a lot of financing rounds going towards startups building generative AI models, and now in 2023, this has sort of concentrated to a few players that have raised massively more than the numerous players before. And this was sort of the setting of the stage for the foundational models in generative AI. And a lot of these foundational models are actually enabling large language models for the cultural creation and consumption. This adoption of generative AI is happening at a sort of unprecedented rate. Together with the funding and the easy usability of these models, generative AI is put into the hands of consumers much faster than other technological innovations that we have seen previously. And from a VC perspective, this is sort of laying the basis, and we feel that in the next 5, 6, 7 years, a lot of this generative AI will be applied to point solutions for specific industries and specific use cases, and will bring about many investment opportunities, and again, particularly for the cultural and creative industries. But generative AI alone is not the only investment opportunity we see. We also feel generative AI is finally unlocking other industries that have been around for a bit but have missed that sort of critical inflection point. And in particular, I would like to speak about the AR and VR market, which has been hyped for several years, but has never really fully taken off. And we feel that generative AI is sort of the final push to bring this to mass adoption by creating tools that massively simplify the creation of virtual and augmented content that is relevant for consumers and can be produced at a much lower price. So this is what we do, what we invest in. I'd like to give you 2 concrete examples of how this looks like. So one of our portfolio companies is Cartoon, which essentially enables anyone to tell captivating illustrated stories online to anyone. So nobody needs to know how to draw actually, or how to create an illustrated story, but can create this from the story they want to tell, and under the assumption that there are a lot more great storytellers out there than there's actually people who can draw well. Another example is very much tying into what I've said earlier on bringing AR and VR content in the hands of the consumers. And we've invested into a platform-independent content platform, much like YouTube or similar, but for VR and AR, that sort of combines a lot of AI tools to enable creators to finally create the content that consumers want in this world. Yeah, and I think I'll hand over to Sam now to speak about what we see in the accelerator.
Thank you so much. As you can see, not only is it changing the landscape for the VCs, but now we're going to explore how that has affected the startup ecosystem, because obviously it's a key impulse for that. So the accelerator started recently, 2 years ago, early last year, and we've already seen a significant change in how that's affected our application process. We had in our first batch, less than 6% of our startups mentioned that they had AI technology in their products or services. And in our most recent batch that we just recently kicked off yesterday, we had over 50%. So in less than 2 years, that is a significant change in the way that we're seeing how AI is integrated into the startup ecosystem and how much importance they're putting on integrating this new technology with them. Not just in some verticals. The other thing that we're also seeing is the increase in diversity of verticals. So AI is permeating in different sectors within the cultural space. The other part that is permeating, and one of the main impulses for startups, is not just including AI in their tech, but also in their ways of working, in reducing their repetitive tasks, in getting skills that would be otherwise costly, helping with learning and development, even recruitment in HR. So we're seeing clear trends that startups will be able to do a lot more with a lot less. But what are the specific trends that we're currently seeing with our startups? A lot of them are around personalized creative experiences. We're seeing innovative content generation, preservation and restoration of cultural heritage is a big one. Audience insight and engagement and what to do with that data. Collaborative creation, accessibility and inclusion as well. So AI both has the part where it can be biased, but it can also give a lot of accessibility and inclusion for people that might not have those opportunities right now in culture. The other part around cultural fusion, exploration, and obviously pushing the artistic boundaries as well. And some of our main examples, which some of you are here today. So if you see your name on the board, you can lift your hands for the batch 4 participants that are here, and you're more than welcome to go talk to them today. We're seeing a lot of these play out in our cultural, in our ecosystem, in the startup ecosystem within the Caltech community, such as, for example, LaFomo, which is over here, who's doing personalized creative experiences, curated experiences in London, so that everyone can not miss what they love about the city without being overwhelmed by the choices. We have City Riddler, who is a batch 3 participant, for example. If you're in Vienna, I highly recommend that you download their app, because they do personalized tours of the city based on your preferences through an AI algorithm, for example. Or My Culture, who's also a Vienna-based startup, who will give you an all-access pass to what's happening in the city to make sure that you're not missing anything. As we have seen, Mocker and Cartoon as well, as presented by Michael, and others like Quantic Brains, for example, that through AI, they're able to lower significantly the cost and time of the production of video games and animation processes. So they do 3D brains for 3D characters. We also have Arium Chain, who's over here, I think to the left. They do a lot of, through a less than 3-minute scan, you can scan your artworks, both in museums or private collections, and through AI also understand what is a deterioration of the piece, or if it's been damaged in any transportation, for example. We have also around here Papillon, who's done through also AI, is able to gather online and offline data in order to have museums and other cultural institutions be able to better gather information and have better decision-making power to reduce their costs and increase their engagement. We also have around here ScanArt or ProofCheck. We have eNot and PerformView and MatchSpace. And Visor. We have a number of startups in our ecosystem that I highly encourage you, if you haven't seen the QR code, feel free to get in touch with them. And there's a lot of them here today, so hopefully you get a chance to interact with them as well. So in summary, we're really at a brink of of a wave when it comes to AI. It's really permeating everything that we do on a day-to-day basis, from our work styles, operations. It is really shaping the expressions and the narratives of tomorrow. We really do believe that this is not the first technological revolution. It is at an unprecedented rate, like Michael said, but we really do believe that humanity will find a way to integrate it and to amplify really the creativity that we already have, and to really harness the power. So we obviously have to look out for a number of things that I'm sure other speakers will highlight, but we really do believe that just like any other revolution with technology, we've been able to incorporate it and really amplify the human creativity in this space. Thank you so much.
And this should work.
Okay, hi everybody. Nice to be here. Thanks to Ars Electronica and also to Caltech for having me. As Frederike already said, I'm the copyright lawyer here to tell you a little bit about the legal framework of AI and culture. And I thought it was a nice saying when Bernd Fiesel mentioned it's a renaissance. We as lawyers tend to say it's kind of a wild, wild west, meaning that digital business in and around AI starts flowering, and at the same token, there isn't really a legal framework for it yet. And this is why we shall have a look at what's to come. So basically, understand, you've learned on other panels already, there is on the EU level the first comprehensive regulatory framework in the making, the AI Act, which is like an overall kind of a law that once implemented becomes applicable throughout the entire European Union. And as you see in this pyramid, what this AI Act looks at, how much risk does an AI application impose on the people? The more risk, the more regulation. So, for example, on the top of the pyramid, social scoring and real-time biometric identification is something that in some other countries is allowed, but within Europe, we all feel that shouldn't be allowed. So that's an unacceptable risk, that's forbidden. And then there is other risk scores where there's more or less regulation. But you may ask yourself, what's this got to do with art or with copyright? Nothing, because copyright isn't regulated in this upcoming AI Act. I like this little thing flying in. At the very last second, the three legislative bodies on the EU level, which is the European Commission, the Parliament, and the Council, each with three different ideas, three drafts, now figured that something needs to be implemented, and mainly the EU Parliament has implemented in its draft a suggestion for a transparency obligation. What does that mean? Transparency obligation means that each text and data that has been used to train AI should be listed, should be somehow still trackable, so that if it's about fake news, if it's about copyright infringements, that you can find the source of that training data. Well, that's an interesting approach. Some people from big tech companies say it will be hard to achieve, but that's just a proposal. So let's see what the three legislative bodies finally will decide on that. So I thought we look at the three layers that we have when we talk about AI and content creation. So it starts with the input level, which is when AI is being trained, so that you can then, as a user, enter a prompt, and then some fantastic outcome will come out of it. For that, legally speaking, there is a legal basis within the EU. It's called the text and data mining copyright exception, which basically says if you train an AI, then you can access copyrighted material for training purposes and train your AI with it. Well, the interesting part about it is that training, as a lawyer, you would say it's kind of a black box. What is that, this training? What does it do? And even the lawmakers apparently are quite surprised that training will lead to generative AI applications, for which reason some people, among others, the responsible for the AI Act at the European Parliament, Axel Voss, says, oh, I'm not really sure if this text and data mining copyright exemption, if that really covers all of that. Probably, I think that's just raising a political opinion, but anyways, when the lawmaker made this an allowed action, they hadn't generative AI in mind. And so what if you're an artist, let's say, and you don't want your artwork or your copyrighted work to be used, or if you're a musician, well, then you can say no, but this no needs to be in a machine-readable way. Okay, so if you're a programmer, that's not a problem. If you're an artist and not dealing with computers every day, it may. But as a matter of fact, the lawmaker also didn't decide what kind of a machine-readable no should you implement. This means there is a variety of different standards which are not harmonized yet. And some, for example, Google say, why don't we use that we also use for web crawlers? That's the robots exclusion protocol. Use that as the programming tool. But the problem there is then you say yes or no for a whole website, but you cannot just say those images shall be with a no. You can't use them and the others can be. So in other words, it's a little bit also a work in progress as so many aspects in AI. That's to be seen what happens. So, and the last point I would like to mention is the opt-out also isn't effective if someone steals your digital file and puts it on a website where there is no machine-readable no in it, which is kind of totally different than the normal copyright. If someone takes something and is not authorized, then you're liable. But for using it as text and training data, that's possible at the moment. And I would just want to make you aware of that. If you're working on an AI tool, if you're programming an AI tool, then the best way is better safe than sorry, to be in alignment with the rights holders whose rights you use to train the AI. Such as, for example, Google just recently announced in Berlin that they set up an AI incubator with Universal Music and others to come, where they will, based on a content ID, just pay for a blanket license so that they can use the repertoire of Universal Music to train the data. So this is like not set in the law, but it's a proactive step to make sure no one will sue you ultimately. And that's basically the takeaway for you. Play it safe if that's still possible, and if you're creating a new application, think about, can I maybe also get in touch with the rights holders upfront? And as regards the rights holders, well, you have two options, and maybe the panel will discuss on that. Either forbid it, program your machine-readable no, but that may also be the case that you're excluded then, and that's kind of a philosophical question. Do I want to be part of it, or don't I want to be part of it? So that's to be considered. So then we go to the output level. Well, as I said, for me, what happens in between input and when the generative AI delivers an output is kind of a black box. But anyways, here the question then is, what about this output? Number one, do I infringe upon someone's copyright with this output? And number two, do I own the copyright on the output? I mean, if you think of Beeple, this first AI-generated, massively expensive work that's been sold at Sotheby's, that was a couple of millions that was brought, and the question is, did I buy a copyright-protected work as a buyer, or is this just the first AI-generated work that made it to a broader audience? Well, let's start with copyright infringement. So copyright infringement of the underlying works can then be the case if the underlying work is recognizable and if it's not covered by any copyright exemption. Exemption means like you can use it without asking it. if it's a parody, or if it's a pastiche, or if it's a quote. So just like a normal copyright, which unfortunately is always very much a case-by-case decision. And then as regards, is it copyright protected? Well, generally speaking, if you just enter a simple prompt and the AI makes your job, then this is not copyright protected, because copyright protection requires a human creation of a certain level, which isn't the case. Well, but as always, there are gray zones. So obviously, if you have very modified prompts, if you prompt over and over again, if you maybe even use other programs to modify your outcoming artwork, like thinking of artist Refik Anadol, for example, who has a very complex mechanism of creating, then it is my view, at least, that this is a level of protected work. Because it's more than just saying, create me the wave of Kanagawa as we see it here. And by the way, in this case, this would be an interesting question, but the work is not anymore copyright protected, it's too old. But if it was, you could reasonably question, is this an infringement? Because it really looks like this wave, and Midjourney created it in a very similar way. So, in other words, what you've seen here as well is, to avoid the lawsuit with the underlying IP, you'd be on the safe side if you agree with the rights holders of the works that you use for your AI product. And as regards the output, the more you specify, the more it is individual, the more you personally interfere. And be it with your keyboard and not with a brush as a painter did, is the likelihood that it can be copyright protected. Legal disputes. Well, I had to remove a couple of names because obviously I cannot talk about clients, but one I could leave, which was Getty Images and Stable Diffusion. So that's an interesting case. I think you can see it here better. So here, a generative AI based on the prompt of generating a sports photography came up with this result, which, as you can see, still contains the Getty Images watermarking. So very easy to prove at the court that training data also included Getty Images IP. And Getty had always disputed that their works, their catalog, are used for the AI training data. And Stable, the defendant, raised the point as the wrong court, because they said the main work is done in the UK, not in America. That's the case in America. But also they said, oh, no, it's fair use. Fair use is like the umbrella copyright exemption in the US. Which is very much defined by case law. So that's ongoing. And all the others which don't have a name on the defendant side are big platforms that are training AI and that have been sued by rights holders in books, by rights holders in music. And the pledge is always the same. You're infringing upon my copyright because, first off, I haven't allowed you to train the data, and second, because you're commercializing my work with the output of the AI. And this brings me to the conclusion, better safe than sorry again. So if you're an AI provider, first off, you should check the feasibility of the transparency obligation, which at least the European Parliament wants to impose under the AI Act. So just technically, we recently had a panel in Berlin where someone from the Hasso-Plattner Institute from the technical side said you need huge server capacity if you need to track down all the links that you have used to train your AI. So I'm not a technical expert, but that apparently seems to be quite a difficult undertaking. Then also I would recommend monitor the discussion on the scope of text and data mining. As I said, if it wasn't Axel Voss who's rapporteur of the AI Act, maybe I wouldn't listen, but since it was him who said, well, we didn't really think in the EU that text and data mining would bring something like generative AI, well, surprised he said that, but he said that anyways. So I would just recommend monitoring if that will lead to anything further. Then, as said, consider approaching bigger groups of rights holders so that you are on the safe side, and also educate AI users about the IP. Okay, then if you're a creative, an artist, there's two choices, say yes or say no. No, actually it's not a choice, say yes. It's unfortunately automatically a yes, that you allow that your works are used as training data unless you say no. But if you really want to say no, I think that you should really weigh up carefully, because no might then also mean you're out. So I guess the better way would be to find a solution where everyone benefits and commercially also has a benefit of that, instead of excluding. But that's a very individual decision. And then users, what should users look at? Is my prompt an act that could be protected under copyright? At least if you're wanting to commercialize the output, then of course it's important to you that you have some kind of a protection against others just making a bold copy. And that would only be the case if it's really copyright protected. Then also obviously have a look at the standard terms so that you know what the AI provider takes, like does it share in your IP if there was any. And also risk of infringement. If you, like the wave of Kanagawa, if you already see it looks exactly like a pre-existing work, then the likelihood of being a copyright infringement is high, and then react and maybe stay away from commercializing it. So that's the status as of now. Just to give you a timeline, the EU has the goal to be finished with the AI Act by the end of this year. My personal guess is probably it will rather be just before the parliament elections next year in June, or before June, but that's the very latest. By then it needs to be through. And then EU is the first place to have a comprehensive set of rulings for AI, which the US don't have. So thank you for your attention, and that's it from the legal side.
A huge applause to our panelists. That was truly fascinating, and I learned a lot. Our next segment, and the last one for today, is AI for Culture. What's the missing link? And I will welcome back Garen Wiggins for our final panel of the day, who will also be moderating and introducing the speakers. A warm applause.
Good afternoon again. We have many experts in the room. Some of them have not on stage right now, but I'll come back to you later. Thank you. There's one of the experts who is very keen to help. So we have many experts in the room. 3 more of them are now on stage. You've heard some of them already, and there are many in the audience. So the aim of the rest of this session is to open the discussion. We're going to do that progressively. Our colleagues here are first of all going to give us their opinions on certain issues, and you will see why they are relevant as they speak. Then we're going to open the floor a little further to the speakers who've already presented information to come back on those issues and to discuss the generality of what we've heard. And then we will open up to the floor in due course. So I hope we have time for a really rich discussion. So first of all, rather than introduce the 3 experts that we have on stage, you can see their names behind you, I'm going to let them introduce themselves with a brief discussion of who they are and what their relevance is and what they think about what they've heard so far. Primarily the introductions, though. Over to you. Let's start from here.
Yes, I seem to be the first on the list, so good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rachel Armstrong. I'm a professor of regenerative architecture at KU Leuven. I'm also vice chair of the supervisory board of EIT-CNC. My background is in medicine and also architectural design. For my day job, I design buildings that have lifelike properties, and in that sense, I am using AI to equip buildings with senses. So I'll stop there and let the other panel members introduce themselves.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Héloïse Fontanelle. I'm the head of International and European Public Affairs at SACEM, which is the French collective management organization for authors, composers, and music publishers. And AI is part of our daily life in SACEM as an organization, but also for our members today. And we'll then go deeper in the discussion later on. Thanks.
Yes, hello, I'm Susan Bischoff. I am fully qualified lawyer in Germany. I'm lucky to work with Christiane in media, film and entertainment law. And I'm also doing research on all the things happening to copyright law in the digital age. So next thing on the list is AI, obviously. So yes, my connection to AI today is copyright law, and I hope we can talk about that a bit.
So thank you very much for introducing yourselves. I'm now going to put up our questions again, and to keep our debate focused on this whole idea about how we're going to nurture this, this upcoming potential monster, I'd like to invite you three, perhaps in the same order, to comment on these two questions.
So the first question is, what is needed to improve the interaction between AI for culture developers, creators and consumers? Well, we definitely need accessible fora where we can actually talk about some of the questions that have been raised during the course of this day if you've come to the conference centre, because there are some fundamental questions about what AI is, who's making it, how we use it. And I think that, from a design perspective, the way that I see AI is being able to apprehend aspects of the world through senses that we don't yet have. Gosh, that sounds big. But essentially, if you think about the big debates that have been going on since Aristotle declared that we had 5 senses in the Anima, his essay on the soul, really there has been an ongoing debate as to how many senses we actually have. And I think that AI is part of that. It is part of us sense-making in the world. And as we find new sense, which today we probably call data, we then have different ways of valuing, of acting on those values, and then ultimately instrumentalizing them. So we go from sensor to motor functions. And I think AI is really a kind of sensory prosthesis that is very nascent, that is incredibly complicated, highly situated, and incredibly political, with a small p, to do with the people, and ecological, to do with the planet. And so I think we're really at the stage where we need all voices. We need all forms of knowledge, and we need a good debate about value and how we proceed. Do we just replicate what we think the world is in this domain and use it in this predictive capacity to control things? Do we use these tools to extend our sensorial, experiential, imaginary realms to levels that our bodies have not yet been able to do? But I am sure that in conversation with our prostheses, new kinds of thinking, new ways of being together, new ways of interacting with the planet will come out of this. But in order for that to be coordinated in a way so that we are fair and just and don't oppress and don't colonize and hear the voices that are, not heard in other fora, then we really need to be mindful of what we have, what we're doing, who we are, and how we might better work together. So I think for me, being aware of the potential of this medium, and really kind of thinking as the excitement about its potential and the terror of the negative parts of the Renaissance that we might unleash on each other are being raised. I really think that we need a forum in which we can have these difficult debates. And I don't think this is a non-innocent debate, that everybody coming to the debate has a stake in the conversation. And I think it requires a form of diplomacy of the likes that we haven't seen before. But I think it is something that we need to do. And that is what I would say, that we need to improve the interaction between developers, creators, and consumers. Oh, there they are. Yeah, sorry. Big screens.
So I'd like to come back on that. Just one point there. Do you see AI for culture as different from AI for any other thing? Do you think there are differences?
Yeah, I think it's global. I think culture has often been kicked out of important conversations about how we live together as being somehow or other decorative. I think culture is the heart of public conversation. So therefore, I see it as integral to, let's call it, the politics and ecological systems that we are all engaged in as peoples.
Thank you very much. Eloise.
Yes. So to that question, I will answer first. As a SACEM, an organization, SACEM is also a tech company with its expertise in the precise processing of massive amounts of data. We negotiate licenses with all digital platforms and all the ways music and works are used online. So AI solutions as a tool also at the service of our activity. It drives our performance that requires high expertise to better manage remuneration of our members, which are the creators. Then for creators, what does that mean also? It's a mixed feeling so far. You have panic, enthusiasm, and big challenges ahead. For panic, a recent survey from Believe, a global digital music organization, highlights the fact that 77% of artists fear that they will be replaced by AI. So for SACEM, a repertoire, for example, there's a high risk of job loss in the stock music business, for example, music libraries, or for dubbing and subtitling authors and actors. Scarlett Johansson will speak perfect Korean in her next movie thanks to speech-to-speech solutions. So yeah, there is this part. Then there's also enthusiasm. Enthusiasm because tech has always been a tool to assist artists in their creative process. AI is now more visible than ever because the technology is being democratized. It's not expensive, it's affordable, it's even free. So everyone that has an interest in creating new sounds, new music, can do it now. So there's a lot of potential in AI to inspire and empower a new generation of talent. Then the big challenges ahead, and this is what Christian talked about before, is that our claim representing creators is that AI systems need to be trained on content and data that is accessed lawfully, including by appropriate prior authorizations obtained for the use of copyright material. Because, as you said, cultural goods and cultural content are not mere input. We're not simple data. We are more than that. We are different. So we need a special treatment. So content used to train AI system must be clearly identified. They need to respect artists and creators and their creations. So that transparency is essential so that all the existing provisions that we talked about in the copyright directive can be made effective, and particularly those relating to opting out to text and data mining. So there is a real need of a balanced approach between AI, innovations, cultural developers, creators, and also, of course, consumers in the respect of the rights of creative professionals. And find a new way to promote tech on the one side, tech advances, of course, and also the increased cultural value it brings to the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan.
Yes, so I would argue that what we need today, or for now, is first clarity and certainty about the rules that apply to AI for everyone involved. And within this clarified legal framework, if you will, we should find workable common solutions. And for the future, I think it's important to look where the law is not able to provide a fair balance anymore, and to bring this to the attention of the lawmakers. So this would be probably a two-step process. And I think both is required to ensure that we have enough space for innovation, but also protecting creativity, what we have today, and also for future creations. And why is that needed? So I think if we look at the current situation, everyone's trying to figure out what is possible, is trying to find own solutions, but is basically facing huge uncertainties. And that is, I think, neither satisfying nor very productive. So if you think about AI developers or producers, so they are currently trying to, or facing the challenge of complying with the AI Act, as we heard from Christiane, which is a huge challenge, but the AI Act remains basically silent on all these copyright issues. So AI developers are now faced with the infringement risk if they use training data scraped from the internet, in particular with regards to this opt-out situation. So has there been an opt-out? When, by whom, for what exactly? So many questions. And if we think about the immense quantity of data that is required for well-functioning and competitive AI models, I think this shows how this is really slowing down innovation at the moment. And the same is true for the risk of being held liable in the end for copyright infringing output. And then we have the creators, and as we heard, they are currently unsure of how to participate in this renaissance in a way that meets their needs and desires. And that is probably different for everyone. So we will have creators that are not okay with their content being used as training data without compensation and attribution. There will be others who will luckily join the renaissance. I think Stephen King declared that last week, that he is really fine with that, but I think money is not an issue for him anymore, so that might be a reason. And I think many creators are understandably expecting a fair remuneration, at least, for that. So they are currently left with trying to approach individual developers and finding a licensing solution, but I don't know if that is really a workable solution at the moment for individual right holders, because I could expect that for an AI developer, the content of an individual right holder is not more than a drop in the ocean of training data. So that might tell us something about the bargaining power. And also many AI models, they have already been trained with millions of data. So how to negotiate a use that has already happened. So these are all the problems. And then we have the consumer, so maybe you and I, just enjoying all the new possibilities of being creative while basically lacking any crafting skills. So that's for me, I'm just enjoying this. But effectively, we don't know if we can really use what we are producing. So these are only a few aspects, but they are all slowing down innovation and creativity. And that is, I think, because we are lacking an interaction at the moment, and that could be a solution to come together and work on joint solutions.
Thank you very much. So yes, lacking in interaction. For me, as an AI scientist, two particularly interesting things came out of this. One was the point you raised about the tension between ownership of data and the need for really vast amounts of data to make an AI system that works very well. So ChatGPT is the success it is because it has a really absurd amount of data to use. Now, humans are not like that. This is not human-like AI. Maybe part of the solution is that we're looking at the wrong kind of AI at the moment. But whatever else, if we're restricting access to that data, then the AI is going to be less good. So in some sense, you get a decreasing spiral. The second point that came out to me was from all three of the talks here, which is the question that we haven't stated explicitly of making sense of data. Yeah, you did use those words. Now, what that really means is meaning making. And the notion of meaning making is something that's familiar to very many artists. Yeah, so it seems to me that there's an interesting tension there that might be addressable directly in the context of some overarching legal framework, ownership framework, and so on. Not least because perhaps that is the key point. And data is only the beginning of that. Maybe? That's just a thought. Finally, I'd like to throw in one slightly mischievous remark, if I may, to kind of stimulate the debate, which is there an artist in this room who can honestly claim that they have not learned from another artist? Okay, would you like to come back on each other's comments? Or indeed on mine.
Maybe on what you just asked the audience, but no one wanted to admit to that. But
some people nodded.
I think this is where some of the AI developers are now trying to get out of the situation by arguing that, well, humans are basically doing the same, right? Nothing is created in a vacuum. Everyone's learning from what I've read, what I've heard, what I've listened to in the past, and maybe I'm not reproducing exactly that, but it's always part of my own creativity. And that is the argument of AI developers. They say, well, the AI is not really, in a copyright relevant way, reproducing the training data, but it's only extracting like general ideas, and it's like the AI would read many, many books, sure. And I also heard the very convincing counter-argument that, well, a human might be able to read a few hundred books or look at thousands of paintings, but the capacity of an AI is just another dimension. So, yeah.
Did you want to say?
Yeah, I was just thinking about how much of the data scraping, quality control on data, ethical control on data, is all data, equally good. We can go down that rabbit hole. But then the question is, are we just reproducing the same inequalities that we have right now? So particularly when we start looking at things like copyright law and employment and all of these fundamental things that are already part of our socialized systems, could we be doing something else in terms of creating value frameworks that we can explore in these virtual domains to try and make better ways of making law, of how people might earn a living, whether that's money-based or whether it's something else. I feel that we're missing an opportunity within this forum to kind of challenge, the old Renaissance program that led to, some great stuff, but, a lot of problematic stuff. Can we not be a lot more critical about, how the sensations, the data sets that we're entering could be rehabilitated in a way that, really, can we ask the question of this kind of mass intelligence to make a better life for everybody? How do we get that into the system? Because that's not a politics that we have right now. It's not an economics we have right now. And I know that sounds a bit utopian and a bit idealistic, but isn't this the kind of question that we should be asking of these data sets and these forms of relating to other things to get to different qualities of coexistence? So I just feel that sometimes we just replicate the atrocities that we've already set into the world together with some of the good stuff, and couldn't we be doing something else?
Thank you. Louise, did you want to come back on that?
But just to go in the same direction, I would say that author's rights has been invented to free creators, and it's a human right. So at some point, and it's because maybe I'm French and the cultural exception is so important, but cultural data sets are really not like any other data. So they really need to be a fair share, above all when there's a business model behind AI systems.
Thank you. So we've gone in a direction now which brings us to question 2, really. What should we be doing? How should this work? So that's a very nice bridge for me there. And at this point, I'd like to widen the discussion slightly to our other speakers who've already spoken. So this is not compulsory. It's an option, and there are microphones that will come round as and when you wish to say something. Also, we have a very special person in the front row here, Dimitri, who you saw in the video earlier, who is the founder of the Caltech Association. And I'm sure he has some things he'd like to add too. So please feel free to join the team. If you'd like to say something straight away, that's great.
Yeah, thanks. That's really intriguing how we end up this complicated story. Who will master the world? Humans again will control their future, or we're entering a new era, which we could not predict. But on the practical side, rather I see at the moment big division. If we're talking about culture, this is creativity. It's more, metaphorical and emotional process, which is not legally structured and very transparent, say. While when we're talking about AI, it's a pure programming and precise knowledge, though we don't know how in the black box things are happening, but we know who is feeding and who is creating the process. So these are two different types of mentality, programmer and the artist. And it seems to me that at the moment it's a huge gap between two motivations and competences. So my issue is like how to bridge this, because future is in open collaboration for sure. So the computer geek has to become more creative, though we, out of practice, we know that programmers are very close to music, because this is also is math. So it's there is an embedded creative power in everybody, including the best people who are dealing with AI models from tech side. But they have to learn how to become more intuitive, say, and implement it not for very straightforward practical reasons. And on the other side, we have creatives who are very intuitive, but how to make them act in a more programmable and productive way. So there's a gap which we're now facing. Now we're trying, the question is coming from very practical situation. Now we're trying to build up a new, say, musical, theatrical performance. So we have a top talent from culture, everybody's eager to learn. Will they lose the job, or will they be, mastering the universe with this instrument? So every creator is interested to learn. And then we have AI top tech companies. And now we don't know how to, whom we teach first. I mean, do we teach the creators, because they cannot use tech just pure for the fun, like, oh, that's a nice thing appeared in the corner of our performance and it's there. No, it should be culturally important and solid. But they have no language, they have no capacity to learn. And on the other side, we have tech people who definitely are not doing this on a daily basis. How to bridge this on the practical side in a specific project?
Thank you. Big questions. So I'm sensing a definite answer here. Yes.
Well, I would just like to say that what I'm hearing is an ecosystem. And the question that brings the ecosystem together is, what are we doing together? Because then the skills necessary to bring about that transformation, that thing that you want to bring into the world, then is much easier to let's say motivate and kind of choreograph and explore and experiment and prototype. So it feels to me a bit like ecosystem design, that you have many different actors with different roles. But the question is, what is the ecosystem? What is the motivation behind that then brings these different bodies together? So it feels to me like AI is a little bit biodiverse in a sense. If we think about nature, in some ways has got lots of embodied intelligence working in lots of embodied intelligence different ways with lots of different kinds of expressions. And some of that nature works in some parts of the world and it doesn't work in other parts of the world. And I'm wondering if there are principles for how we bring together these very different actors that we might be able to learn from ecosystems and ecosystems design.
So this is a rather meta-level answer to the question, right? It's saying we need systems.
And it's also workshopable then,
right.
because you have exercises together around a united theme.
And then how can such a meta-level operation, which is to some degree metaphorical and so on, how can that be interfaced with the more practical issues of people needing to earn their money to live and protect their work and so on and so forth that we've been talking about?
An AI for Culture, Competence and Research Centre, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we've answered our question, indeed. Bernd is smiling widely there. I wonder, do you have some remarks on this, Bernd? I don't want to put you on the spot. No? Okay, fine. That's reasonable. Do any other of our speakers wish to add anything at this point? Please. Do you mind if we go here first and then the... Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for... I think my remark would be those debates really needs follow-ups and practice. And usually, industry just goes ahead and do, and then we sit here and debate and find what they have been doing. And so the organization, this EIT Culture and Creativity we presented, could be really this tool where the artistic sector is acting. So, let's then play with artificial intelligence, or let's make a sandbox and test other regulations for an AI, because this can be funded out of such a toolbox. So when I'm listening to your debate, I'm always asking myself, how could we put this into a call, and who from the audience would be willing, to work on a solution, if it's the lawyers, so that we are not, always reacting, but getting into practice. And that's what I wanted to highlight again, and I hope we can help with all those questions.
And I think there are a lot of practical examples all the way around Ars Electronica around here.
Indeed. And this raises another question too, which is how can you do this in a context where currently we're not really very regulated? So we know there's this new law coming in, but that is really the first step on a route to what you might call safe regulation. Maybe this is what you wanted to ask about. Could we have the microphone over here, please?
My question to Eloise was, but maybe I can make first a comment. Thank you. I don't think the solution is so very difficult. And it's not to the audience to do the legal nitty-gritty. That's what the lawyers are for, but the solution basically, which also the AI Act tries to foster, is to have a fair balance. And that's as simple as that. It needs to be fair. It needs to be fair. You can't take the pre-existing IP of gazillions of artists and not have them share. That's as simple as that. And if you keep that in mind, I think then you're on a good path. And talking about what is fair and does that work, my question to you, Eloise, would be on the copyright directive. There was already a similar situation where platforms hosting large amounts of user-generated content are all of a sudden on the hook for the use of that. So in the past, you could just notice them and they took the content down. Let's say there is a video on a video sharing platform and that used music that wasn't licensed. You could notify the platform and they took it down. New set of rule now is the platform, at least in Germany, has to actively seek licenses for what their users potentially do, and they use then in music standards content ID. So now finally comes the question, has that proven commercially to be a good system for the artists, or is this a minor share and no one really benefits for that out of curiosity? Is that a role model maybe that would also work for AI?
It's a tough question because the European directive has been adopted in 2019, transposed 2021. So 2 years now, it's hard to say and have a complete overview of but what we can say is that it's true that the notice and takedown was not so effective, and going in and let's say obliging these platforms to negotiate and license with creators is a very good thing, because otherwise before it was a take it or leave it deal. You know, we were just asking, they saw us like charity. So now we are on the same level playing field, and we can negotiate for a good and on a very fair manner. But yes, the whole question is now for AI systems, how will it work? And we're just in the first steps now.
You want to add to that? No? Okay.
May I add something?
Please, yes.
I think perhaps there is an original sin in all this story. I think that when we went to digital contents in general, we got used that it was for free. Even in the 16th century, if you stole a painting, it was an object, a physical object. So there was a kind of understanding that we were stealing something. And when we began internet, somehow we got used as consumers to get it for free or super, super cheap, and not even negotiate and not even ask, where is this coming from? So I think this could be a very simple, stupid, basic solution to find a way to understand that internet is not for free in general, because it is the whole economy that is stumbling on that original sin.
Thank you. This is indeed a good point, and it relates to the point I was making earlier about meaning making. So it's one thing to steal an object, it's another thing to steal data, and it's another thing to steal the meaning of a thing, which takes us to very difficult philosophical territory indeed. We have now opened to the audience, please.
Hello, my name is Yuri Karpan, I'm a curator, and I have an observation and a question. I think that we are profoundly simplifying the discourse, because when we talk about AI and art, we use this as monolith. We have hundreds of AI models, and it's very important how you use these models, how you train these models, what you do with them. And there lies a lot of space for creativity, for example. But when we start to talk about that, and when we start to talk about how we copyright it, what is the originality and creative plus that was made. Art, one in a sudden, is every photo that is existing. Everything is called artwork, which is totally stupid. We have to start making distinctions between art and eye candy photos of, I don't know, sunset, that everyone is doing photos with their iPhone. This is not art. But we are calling it. When we are seeing it on screen, it's artwork. And when we are invited to discuss, for example, with policymakers, copyrights, what art is, and when we start drawing a distinction, what art is, what culture is, how something is declared as an artwork, and so we are seen as problem makers. They are pushing us out. You're like, why are you complicated? It's image, it's art, and this simplification is super, super dangerous. It's shallowing the question, and it's covering with sand the real problems.
Thank you for your contribution. For myself, as a scientist, I find this a very valuable thing to hear, not least because I continually run up against a failure to distinguish between generativity and creativity. They really aren't the same thing. You can do generativity with a few dice, right? And that isn't creativity. So I personally find that a very valuable remark. Colleagues, would you like to come back on that?
Maybe just to make an argument for copyright law, because not every photograph is a copyrighted work, so there is a sufficient threshold, I would argue, to distinguish between maybe creative output, but which would not be considered a copyrighted work and what we see as a work. So not everything is protected, and I think we are not too lazy with that label. So I don't know if you would argue that we have more content than we need that is protected, or I don't know if I understood you correctly in this regard, but.
On what criteria you start to decide where to apply copyrights? At what moment do you have tools? Do you have criteria that you use to decipher where this is an artwork, creative artwork, and a generative image or sound or tune or whatever? Do you have? With what are you operating? How do you? Because since ever, was ist Kunst? What is art? You cannot point a finger in it. So I would really like to know what is your set of criteria when you start applying the rules?
Well, the purpose of copyright law is to protect human creation. So this is what we are thinking about if we're considering something, whether that is protected or not. It must have an originality, which is always a human own intellectual creation. So you could also protect other content, but then copyright law would probably not be the best way to do that. So I think that is where we stand now.
And if I can add something, it's the choice of the creator to protect its work or not. So sorry?
This is not enough to declare an artwork.
No, for sure. But creators are not obliged to protect their work. It's a fact.
But then, I mean, if I, as someone who is absolutely not a visual artist, for example, make a painting and I declare it as art, is that a meaningful statement?
For you, it is probably.
Right. So I won't be doing that. But okay. So we're talking here about labels and categorization fundamentally, aren't we? And another thing, perhaps, that's important to mention in this context is that there are very many creative acts which are not fundamentally artistic. Most mathematicians would not call what they do artistic. They might talk about beauty in it, but they wouldn't call it artistic. On the other hand, it is very clearly creative. Yeah? Indeed. This question about labels is fundamentally part of law. It's part of the creation of law, about understanding the meaning of words. And indeed, a true competence and research centre would be engaging with part of that problem, I think. At least if I were running it, it would be. I think these are really important issues. Thank you for raising them. For the moment, we probably need to carry on with the approximate ones to work out what we mean by them, I think. I see another question at the back.
Yeah, thank you. My name is John. I come from America, where we have fair use, as she mentioned earlier. And I wanted to bring up an interesting use case where I'm a collage artist, a digital collage artist. So I would have to find public domain images. I would always have to go to Wikimedia for this. And I would always have a hard time finding exactly what I want. It was just luck of the draw. And then I found out about DALL-E, where I could engineer a prompt to create an image that's never been seen, and I could cut out of that. So it's thinking about the fair use, that seems like a way to actually be more fair, instead of just taking any image from Google that's probably been copyrighted and such. So it makes me want to think, what do we actually mean by steal? Because I'm very convinced by the argument of, I also make music, so I have like specific influences in mind that I would wear on my sleeve. Like, I don't think I'm stealing from them, but similarly, these AIs, they do it in the same way. They're not reproducing a work, they're just combining styles. And I think the most interesting way to use DALL-E, for example, is to say, do it with a blend of these 15 artists that I like, and you get a really interesting output in that way.
Thank you. This is a helpful contribution. Of course, there is the question of what trained DALL-E, right? So yeah, indeed, you refer to that indirectly. So, would you like to come back on this, panelists?
Just on the music aspects, for example, for samples, you have to clear the right first, and then your work is protected, and you can use it and display it wherever you want. But then on the fair use, I'll let Susan go ahead.
We had a discussion on fair use yesterday already because, well, we are both European copyright lawyers, so fair use is, we are not very familiar with that because that is very broad and always only defined by court cases. So instead in Europe, we have very specific exceptions, and for you, it would probably be helpful here. We have something like pastiche or parody, and so that protects you in using pre-existing content and then make your own artistic contribution to it and create an own work. So we had lawsuits going on for 3 years, the first pastiche case, and then that was very important. But it comes to arguing before the court what is art, and then we are maybe back to the question we had before. What is art? What is an own creation? How much can you use? And there's so much uncertainty, even in Europe, with like very specific exceptions like pastiche. So can't be easier with fair use. But back to your question, yeah, it's the law that defines what is stealing. So unfortunately, it's
It does seem to me that the model by which artists earn a living is woefully broken, and that maybe AI for Culture, Competence and Research Centre could be a space where different models for making a living could be explored. I mean, you know, the commercial model where contributions are always original, you know, that's modern. Other forms of artwork and other forms of earning a living through being an artist existed prior to that. And I just feel that there's possibly some fundamental questions that we could still ask. I don't have the answers to them because I genuinely feel that these are collaborative, that these are about ecosystems of people coming together to think about what is it we value, what is it that we share, how can we work together. The economic models may not yet be in place, but maybe we can start asking some of these questions that address the kind of the fundamental inequalities that are just amplified by some of these systems right now because of the speed and the scale and the intensity at which they're working. So I think for the research centre, I would like to at least reserve a space for those kinds of fundamental questions.
So there's a philosophy department.
I think there's a kind of a radical break from the tropes and habits that we've got into.
And this thinking needs to be done. The revolutions have happened in the past, and they have tended to have good and bad parts. So we need to look back and see what we can manage, indeed, what we can literally manage. We have only a few minutes left of our discussion, experts in the audience. Would anyone else like to make some comments, to ask further questions? Yes, and then, yeah. Oh, this gentleman first, and then the lady. Yeah, yep, here.
Yeah, what I wanted to say, so to speak, is why not give all of the creative work that's there, that's available on the internet for training, just for free? I mean, give it to the public. Make tools out of it that are the most powerful and best tools, the best AI tools that we then can use. What is the purpose of restricting the power by saying, oh, no, it's just not without my text, my images? If everybody would make it, or 90% of people would do it, we wouldn't have the AI at all. So the question is, do we want to have the AI? Then let's take the best one that's possible, or just try to leave it, which is probably genie in the bottle, no longer possible, but...
Okay, thank you. I have something I want to say about that, but I'm going to let you guys go first.
I think the main issue with that would be that AI models are currently using creative content for free, and that would be your idea for the future too. And they create something that is actually in competition to creativity made by humans. So on the one hand, they're using all this groundwork made by human creators for free, and they're producing something that will probably make the market for human creations smaller. So that would be a lose-lose situation, no?
Could we have the floor mic again, please?
Is on, yeah. I would compare this to all of the automation processes that happened in the past, which, like printing, made whole generation of professionals go out of work, do other stuff. This is something society does anyways. And yes, such an AI is a big push in that direction in the long run. And maybe some of the artists might be affected, really. But again, this is a fundamental question. Do we want to have this progress with all its consequences? Or do we try to avoid this thing happening?
Well, I still believe we can have both, innovation and protection of creativity, no? Because who would be willing to have a job or be creative while not being paid for that? So I think that would not work in the long run.
I agree, and I think there's another issue here as well, which is that in the cases that you state, and those are indeed the historical examples that I was just talking about, the cases that you state, it's not about the generation of meaning. It's about the generation of an artifact that transmits meaning, or something even less than that, for example, clothes, right? What we're talking about here is something that potentially generates new meaning and displaces human activity in that area. A generation of meaning is something that makes humans unique on this planet. I sense you want to come back on that, but this gentleman here would like to come back on this. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Pierre-François Marteau, I'm with the Caltech Association myself. Does this work? Yes, okay. No, I just wanted to bring in one other example. I mean, besides the invention of printing, which superseded copies and so on, and I agree with you, it doesn't have anything to do with creation of meaning, but look at photography. Around about the mid-19th century, there was a huge outcry on the part of painters that had the impression that this technological innovation would totally remove any need or most of the need for their services, that photography would kill painting, right? What happened is that among many other things, I mean, for one thing, it actually pushed painting or forced painters to find new ways of expressing their creativity, which would be totally different from what a photograph can do. And that was, I don't think it's by chance that this was at the same time as the beginning of Impressionism and then all the various movements that we know in culture, which are not about an exact depiction of objects, but also it created a totally new category of artistic creation, which I would contend does include new meaning, and that is photography in itself as a form of artistic expression. So that's why, for my part, I would like to hope, or I do hope, that on the one hand, yes, there will be legal solutions that will protect the legitimate interests of content creators and that will prevent them from being looted by the huge platforms. But I believe that there is really the potential for an explosion in creativity, because this gives an opportunity to become creators and to express themselves as creators to millions of people who did not have that opportunity before. So so I don't know if, if we can have that
optimistic contribution. Thank you. I'd love to end on that optimistic note, but this lady has been waiting very patiently, so we have just a couple of minutes. Please ask your question.
No, this question is related on what you are saying, yes, regarding how we can overcome this kind of fear. And so to take the balance between the potentialities and the weakness of AI use, if we can make a tool of an agreement in the future to make concretely this balance and overcome the fear of AI. So this is a concrete question.
Okay. Well, that's our big question. Would you guys like to attempt to answer that big one in just a minute?
My fear is AI lawyers.
AI lawyers who are themselves AIs. Okay, yeah.
Same.
No, I would just end with saying that this is AI Act ongoing discussions at the European level in which we claim as creators more transparency. It's a first step towards the integration of copyright and protected work into the AI systems. And then we will see, what will be the next steps with the next European Commission, the elections next year, and what the future promises us.
Yeah, maybe joint market standards could also help, like for the text and data mining opt-out, a technical standard, or establishing databases with training data with cleared rights, maybe through licensing solutions, definitely with rights holders associations. So,
Thank you very much. At this point, I would like to thank our panelists and our speakers very much indeed for their contribution. And then I'm going to pass back to our compere. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much for joining us today, or this afternoon, depending on when you arrived. We started this day with a very simple question. Actually not simple, quite complicated. What does a rights-based, just, and equitable technological future look like? And we've heard a variety of perspectives today. We started with Karen Howe, who the slide that stuck with me the most was just how much data and computational power large language models take. And another insight I took away from that presentation was how the nature of the work and the labor that's needed to clean up data sets is really becoming much more like content moderation. I found that really fascinating. We then discussed the quite damning state of AI research and development in Europe, how dependent both governments and companies are on large, mostly US, a little bit Chinese corporations that build foundation models. We then heard some very inspiring research projects that built AI data models, tools, and data sets with a focus on transparency and sovereignty. And we also learned how AI tech can create safe, trusted spaces for meaningful, non-polarizing human connection. We got reminded by Hito Steyerl that the historical Renaissance is anything but glorious, but quite problematic. It was characterized by colonialism, genocides, witch hunts, epidemics, magical thinking, alchemy, mercenary companies, autocratic rule, and that all of these themes are still quite present today. We spent the afternoon thinking about how AI is changing creative industries. I personally, because I'm a tech policy person, absolutely loved the overview of the legal dimensions of how ambiguous copyright is at the moment and what that means for both creators, for users of AI systems, and for AI developers. Thank you very much for joining us. This concludes our day, and I hope to see many of you later tonight at the ceremony.